Good
Sorry.
evening.
Good morning.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Morgana. I am your mayor today.
Fantastic.
So it is,
It's what I live for, sir.
I thought so. That's why you're here real early, because you just want to make it happen. 6:34, we're calling the meeting to order, and we'll do attendance. Miss Catherine Glaze is not here yet. Miss Councilwoman Werner.
Here.
Matthew is here. Councilwoman Sanchez Fowler.
Here. I'm here.
Councilmember McLeod.
Yo.
Councilmember Clinton.
Here.
We've separated the children. Okay, that's great.
Separated children.
All right, let's say the pledge.
Shits to that, Mayor.
You're
He's calling you
welcome.
young. Come on, you gotta take it where you can get it.
She's not gonna be absent again.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
And justice for all.
And the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And my wife was so kind as to write an invocation.
Oh, shit. That's
That's the.
Y'all, the mayor's not gonna.
Boy, you're just ruining this for me. This is gonna be spread all over
We're gonna
YouTube.
be in trouble.
All right, dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and the rain and our town. We ask for your guidance this evening and seek your wisdom. Please open our eyes to see the opportunities around us and to serve you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Sorry about that, Mayor.
All right, public comments.
Got me so nervous, I'm rattled.
Mr. Clinton is the first. We just wanted to move everyone around. And Mr. Clinton gets to go first.
Good evening, fellow city council members, members of the public. I'm speaking to you tonight about, we're getting close to the end of the fiscal year, and with that is the amount of money that is left in the general fund of the Parks Fund, because we're going to be evaluating the budget on the park tonight. I'm going to be telling you of a few things that I will mention more in detail at the next city council meeting about what we need for the parks. We need fall protection mulch for the swing set and the playground structure. I generally get about 18 yards of that from New Braunfels Landscape Supply, runs about $1,000. I would like to buy 4 more metal garbage cans. There's been some requests from the Parks Advisory Committee for that. 6 bags of concrete to set a concrete pad down for a garbage can that I have bought, the city has bought for Guardiola Park. I'd also like to buy about 8 or 10 1-gallon native plants for Allen Bates Park, such as Esperanza, Salvia, or Lantana. Some of the split rail fence posts at Guardiola Park are broken and fallen on the ground. Those can be acquired at McCoy, so I will be buying 3 fence posts and 4 split rail fence parts. Also, the 3/4 inch faucet at Allen Bates Park is leaking. We also, on advice of the Parks Advisory Committee, would like to buy some more signs, such as a no alcohol sign as a bottle with a slash circle through it. And as I have discovered in the dumpster in phase 1, there is household garbage getting dumped into that dumpster. So
Say it isn't so.
yes, so I would like to have a sign that also says no household garbage. I will be compiling a more exact list for the next city council meeting, but we do have 2 months till the end of September of our fiscal year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam. And Ashley, you are up next. Of course. You can always hand out.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Before we get started, I know it's public comment, so I will be very brief. But I know that we have a few new city council members that I have yet to meet, so I just wanted to give a formal introduction on my behalf. I'm Ashley Guerrero. I am the library director at the Martindale Library.
I've seen you at the meeting.
Everything is just fine now. There you go. You might have some extra copies. I did also want to apologize in advance. So I am about 18 weeks pregnant. And so right now, unfortunately, shortness of breath is one of the symptoms that I'm currently having to deal with.
Congratulations.
We're very excited. This is our fourth baby.
Holy moly.
So I won't take up too much of your time. I will be presenting at next week's city council meeting. But I just wanted to take a moment during public comments to just update you on some of the programs that our library is currently offering, as well as some of our upcoming programs for fall and winter. And so if you could refer to it's going to be the very colorful sheet with library programs up at the top. Just to briefly run through this. Currently, we're offering story time every Thursday, coffee and conversation every Friday. Family game night is the third Thursdays of the month. Lego Club for all the kiddos. We recently introduced the Any Book Book Club, which has been a blast. Annual Kite Day. We also have next year will be our third annual Easter egg hunt. May the 4th be with you. That is a fun little celebration, which the kids really love. From June 1st running until July 31st, we are currently in the middle of our summer reading program. And so that's a way for kiddos. We're trying to promote literacy throughout the community. And it's a way for them to keep track of their minutes and win prizes. We had our Go Geo Geologist program in June, and this was an educational program. If you look over to your right, we have two pictures of the event itself. We had a blast. We had giant games in June. Friday Flicks, we have the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Fridays of the month. Our last one will be this upcoming Friday. Tomorrow, it's going to be National Treasures. So from 1 to 3, if anybody's interested, please come on over. We have light refreshments provided. Tiny Tells to You, that is Austin's traveling petting zoo. Thankfully, for a grant that we received from Save the Children, we were able to bring them back. We had them last year for the first go around, and then this year they were our kickoff party for summer reading. We had 63 people in attendance, which was wonderful. We recently had our 2nd annual library field day, which was a blast. Crafters Corner is every other month. And that's a program that you do have to register for. It's completely free. It's a lot of fun. But we just have to know how many things that we need to purchase before the event. So upcoming programs, this is focusing more on our fall and winter programs. We have our Twisty Art Balloon Storyteller. So he is coming up this Saturday, July 27th from 10 to 10:45. He is another performer that we were able to bring back due to the grant that we received from Save the Children. He is actually telling Pecos Bill with balloons. It's a whole lot of fun. If you can check it out, please do. It's going to be at 413 Main. Our 3rd annual Health and Wellness Fair is coming up in August. It'll be August 10th from 9 to 1 p.m. So far, we have 13 organizations signed up. Spooky Story Time in October. It's a lot of fun. It's not scary at all. The kids really enjoy it. Our Fall Family Festival is tentatively set for October. This will be the 2nd year that we're doing this, and this has been graciously funded by St. David's Foundation. Bunko, it is a new program that I'm planning on. Bunko is a new program that I'm planning on introducing to the community during the fall. Matter of Balance classes, that is also a fall program. And then, of course, we have Christmas crafts and letters to Santa, and that always takes place during our downtown Christmas tree lighting event. I also just wanted to mention tonight very briefly about our current partnerships that we have. We're very excited to announce that we have recently partnered with the Caldwell County Food Bank. So we are now one of their satellite pantry locations. Our goal is to combat food insecurity and provide food for families in need. So far, we have put out a number of food items, and quite a few of them have been picked up, which is wonderful. We also have a long-standing partnership with the Martindale Soup Kitchen. And so basically what we do there is we help promote their free weekly meals to the community and let community members become more aware of the wonderful service they provide. And lastly, right now, we are currently partnered with the Area Agency on Aging. And so they are the ones that are actually going to be conducting our matter of balance classes. And so with these,
What is the matter of balance?
okay, so basically it's designed with older adults in mind. And so it helps, it's a number of different activities that you can do
So
that.
it's physical balance.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
ma'am, that reduce the fear of falling. And so it's a way to get our older citizens out and moving without the fear of injuring themselves. And lastly, I will be talking a little more in depth about these at next week's meeting, but I just wanted to go ahead and again, introduce myself and just say hello.
Yes, we.
Thank you all
Thank
so
you.
much for your time.
Thank you.
Mary Beth? You got anything? Yes, you're next.
You don't have your sling on.
Not right now. As needed. Any stats over around. Can actually mention some of the upcoming events. The Health and Wellness Fair, and on September 20th and 21st, the River Appreciation Event. I was on a phone call today and the library was asked to help with the river event. And we will host Mermaid Day in Martindale. So mermaids will be here in Martindale. The city of San Marcos is not having their annual mermaid parade. So we get kind of mermaids, so that's good.
There you go.
And not only those ladies have a huge following in San Marcos, so those people will be coming to Martindale. Till October 19th, our Fall Family Festival, our third annual Fall Family Festival, and then our downtown tree lighting. Okay, on the yellow paper that you just received, that is the contract between the library and the city of Martindale. And this was approved this past January. And I want to thank the city of Martindale for providing the funds for the library. Okay, we are a nonprofit. And again, some of the new city council members may not be aware of that. Okay, now then, under number 2, under responsibilities, says the library agrees to operate a free accredited public library. And the free part right there is very important. I'll call it the city of San Marcos. They have a $2 million budget that we don't. Anyway, they charge, for out of county residents, they charge $50 for a library for them. The Lockhart budgets $580,000 a year for their library, and their card is $15 a year. Okay, now y'all, so far $24,000 a year, and we have a free library card.
Is that for ETJ also?
Everybody.
No, oh, no, yeah. Anybody can come and get a free card. Anybody in the state of Texas.
Mm.
If you got an ID, you can get a free card. Okay, and we also, if you have late fee, we don't charge them. Okay, now the accredited part. Last year when we were doing the contract, we were in contract negotiations. One of the contracts we submitted did not have the word accredited in there. And we were asked to put the word accredited in there. Okay, that means a lot. Okay, in order to be accredited, we have to follow the Texas Administrative Code. And the footnote there on the bottom of the yellow paper. Jerry, would you look up the administrative code? The Texas Administrative Code.
To display it?
Yeah, would you please?
For what?
For the footnote
It's
at
on
the bottom,
right there.
it says, at the bottom of the yellow page on page 1, Texas Administrative Code 13, Part 1.
Right here.
DNC, and follow by Texas, it should be good. Okay, close. There we go. There you go. Like that.
And this would be Rule 177.
The part one, chapter one,
Chapter, and this will be rule 1.8.
Title 13.
chapter one, subchapter C.
That's what you have to do.
And then these are the rules. Is there a particular rule that you wanted to discuss?
Oh.
181 is the reference.
Well, no, once, go to 177 first.
177.
Okay, on the first, on A right there, this is at least half the annual operating expenses. Local operating expenditures required to meet the minimum level of per capita support for accreditation must be from the local government. And that's all. Again, half of the operating expenditures. Okay, then if you go to 1.74. And on B is the public library must have a minimum total expenditures of, it gives all these different amounts right there. And for fiscal year 2024, it's 21,000. And they were very kind and allowed us to have 24,000. So there's that.
Wait, what does it say? A minimum, okay.
Minimum,
Minimum
credited.
of 10,000, okay.
It was 10,000 through year 2013.
That was in 2013.
You see, it goes up every year.
The last part of that sentence is 21,000 for the current fiscal year.
Okay.
And then, the rule 181, that's the one, the quantitative standards, and that's including the remainder of this. We have to be open so many hours, have so many books, have a accredited librarian. Okay, so anyway, we have to follow state law to be accredited. And if we don't have accreditation, we don't get funding. Again, if we don't get funding from the city, we'll lose accreditation. That affects our grants that we have. This last year, we received about $35,000 because we're accredited. If we were not, the non-accredited grant was 14,000. So that's a big difference right there. Okay, then the other handout that you have is, this is from, it's Caldwell County. And this is from Hockenheim, Caldwell County Jail. And this is, it's a letter of support. And this is one of 15 letters of support that we received. Okay, these letters of support must be included in the grants that we have. And we have national, state, county, and private foundations have written letters of support. And this is just one of many. And the remainder of the letters of support have very similar wording in there. We also received the Librarian of the Year awarded for 2024. So the library has done lots of things. And I believe Ashley had y'all another handout that has a blue letterhead across the top. That's just a small list of the things that the library has done. We do lots of things for the city of Martinville and bringing people from all around. They're here, they spend money in the town, and that's, again, that's additional taxes. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 2.1 discussion. The ball is in your court, sir.
All right, so, you want to pull up the agenda?
You're on that colorful chart or which
All
one?
right. So as we last spoke, perfect. Yeah, do you want to, right next to the 3 where it just has the arrows that go like this, next to the plus sign, just click that. It should. the
That's a
top,
PDF, isn't it?
Where it says ask Copilot. shows you page 3.
Oh, okay,
That's
sorry,
why-
sorry.
Just hit the one that shows like this. Oh. Look at just, I don't know. I guess that doesn't sound really good.
Oh.
Never mind. But, yeah, we'll have it as well.
So Jared, wait, can I just get a timeline from you? Like, we're gonna have another meeting and then we gotta decide by this time, or can you give me a brief timeline of this budget work?
Yeah.
please?
So where we're trying to be is by September, the first regular city council meeting scheduled for September,
Hmm.
adopting the budget and passing our property tax rate. Those are two actions that happen following a public hearing that is scheduled for the same date as our regular city council meeting in September. We have to post the budget 30 days in advance of that meeting on the website. The mayor, by statute, the mayor submits the budget to the city clerk, the municipal secretary, for publishing on the city website 30 days in advance of that meeting. That date takes us to August 5th. So what we're driving to in this initial period is to get to August 5th, the mayor submitting a budget. The purpose of last week's meeting, this week's meeting, and then if there's potentially further conversation during next week's regular city council meeting, is to achieve consensus on city council with the mayor on the proposed budget. That way, when it gets to being published, there's not a lot of debate necessarily with city council members on priorities. It's a consensus budget, though it still receives public input, public hearings. City council, when it comes time to September, modify it, change it, adopt whatever budget it desires. But the attempt is for city council to have a workshop on reviewing a draft budget, providing its input now to get ahead of any issues. For revised budgets, there can be, there's some interpretation involved, but you might have to republish, have another public hearing, come back, depending on what it is. So the goal for tonight is to make modifications to the budget. One of the major modifications is council member McGovern accurately pointed out that there is a serious error in the estimated sales tax revenue. The read ahead that you received tonight shows only an updated revenue page, does not show any changes or modifications to the expenditures. And so it's going to be on city council this evening to have those budgets balanced through any various means. What I mean by that is, if you go to the bottom of this page, at the top says general operating budget. If you go down to the bottom, you'll see the grand total of all the revenues at $657,000. That's our general fund total revenue amount. If Deanna, if you want to go to page 5, bottom of page 5. This shows the total expenditures right now in our budget in the general fund at $679,000. There's a difference of $22,000. So as we go through tonight, we'll need to identify how we're going to make up that even on either on the revenue side or on the expense side or some other budgetary. So that's, to answer your question, what are we doing here? We're trying to get to a consensus on the budget. If that's the goal. If there's things that we can't reach consensus on, we can always table, not formally, this is a workshop, so rules of order aren't necessarily applied, but table that item, come back to it. Yeah.
I thought this was special.
No, it's not a workshop. It wasn't listening to it.
It's
Well-
listed as a special council.
All right, special council meeting.
It doesn't matter. It's the same concept, though.
Okay.
Well, yeah, there's been an inaccurate understanding of what a workshop is in the past.
Yes.
Workshops are not public town halls. Workshops are for the benefit of the council to have open discussion without Robert's Rule of Orders or requirement to make motions to make statements. Just create a less formalized meeting. And an opportunity for you guys to work together on issues like budget.
May I ask a
Yeah.
quick question? I don't want to take us off.
Yeah.
I'm all about focus. But, so workshop versus whatever, and you were just saying like the difference, which is fantastic. I love it. Is that how council is supposed to have non-binding conversations?
Yes.
Because like I'm really sorry, but I'm still trying to figure out the whole open meetings thing. And I am getting it. It's coming. But the part that I'm still working on is like, then how do people just like share information and become knowledgeable and like brainstorm? And how do you do all that where you don't have to have a 12-hour council meeting? So you could do like this, where it's not required to vote on anything, but you talk about all of it and you get your information out.
Yeah, so like cities like San Marcos,
Yes.
they have a workshop session prior to their council meetings during the workday.
Gotcha.
And they meet with staff, and I understand it's still a public meeting, so it still
Yes,
satisfies Open Meetings Act,
yes.
but it is not formalized. There's no motions, there's no votes. It's
It's
not.
like, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Gotcha. All right.
And that's the
continue,
thing,
sorry.
same thing as a special council meeting.
A special council meeting is a meeting that's scheduled outside of a regular city council meeting that's called by the mayor typically, or a majority of council members.
Mainly because we
by
had to
petition.
postpone a decision.
Yeah. we couldn't
Yeah,
finish.
and so the reason for meeting tonight is because the first of the month often has a lot of items on the agenda. And we wouldn't get through all that we need to get through. This is a dedicated meeting to just get
Just do
through,
this.
just do this.
So this is a dedicated meeting to get through this. This isn't I'm so sorry, but this isn't necessarily. I was visioning it as part two, like last week's meeting continued because we didn't finish. But this would be more of a budget workshop meeting, maybe.
Yeah, so what we've done is instead of breaking out and having two agendas, anytime we see discussion only on a regular city council meeting
Yeah.
or on a special city council meeting, the intent is to have a workshop type.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
So,
All right, quiet.
Anytime you see discussion only, but we didn't want a workshop where you're gonna get the public wanting to participate. This is the
Be able to
council, this is a
share.
council decision
Yeah,
that the mayor has to agree on, because like we said, the mayor's gotta submit it.
gotcha.
I mean, that's all in the process. We all have to
So it's
agree,
like an-
because when
like
she
a-
submits it, we have to vote to approve it.
Mhm, mhm,
So she's the, she brings it in, she's the one bringing the bill,
mhm.
and then we have to approve it, but this is all the backdoor discussion.
Gotcha.
and
So-
and
And it always takes 4 to 5 hours.
it always has.
It always has.
Mhm,
So we spent 2 odd hours last time.
mhm,
Maybe we only spent a couple hours tonight.
Mhm.
And we'll just,
Most of these things go pretty quick. It's the revenue, it's the salaries, it's the hot button issues of where the most money is going, parks, library.
Yep.
Those sort of things. Sometimes those conversations go quick. Street and roads, sometimes they'll go quick, sometimes they go long. And it's really to your benefit and however long or short you want the conversation to be. But I do want the council to be fully informed of what's in the budget, because this is the major policy document of the city, right? The budget is a financial tool. It's also a policy tool. And this is really where council has opportunity to shape how the city operates.
So these things are as administration, working with council, they're your proposal of what it should look like.
Yeah, they're recommendations for consideration
Okay,
that I've discussed with the mayor,
great.
on a lot of the key points, but I haven't gone through line by line with her, just we haven't had time. But all the key areas of discussion that, like we've had previously about staffing with the court and utilities, and we've had those conversations, Mayor and I.
Sure.
And so, as my fingers are on the keyboard. trying to-
Very helpful. Thank you so much.
So let me just ask one thing then. So on August 5th, we're gonna post the proposed budget 30 days in advance, and you're saying perhaps then, or there will be a workshop between August 5th and the
There
September?
will be a public hearing. Now, a public hearing is different from a workshop. A workshop, as I said, is discussion amongst council members. A public hearing, the reason why a public hearing is different than a regular opens meeting, and Ken, if I get this wrong, jump in. But
He's here. Hi,
he's
Ken.
online.
I'm here.
In a regular council meeting or especially called council meeting, the city council can adopt rules limiting the duration of public comments in terms of quantity of speakers and time, as long as it's reasonable. In a public hearing, the city can set limitations on time, but cannot set limitations on who can be heard and the quantity of people heard. I think anecdotally, Martindale says, man, we just cap it at, we never have 10. If it's a public hearing and every single person who
In the
lives in the
town.
city, in the town, San Marcos, Kyle, Austin.
Oh, everyone.
Anybody who has an interest in the topic on a public hearing
Oh,
comes and they get their full allotted time.
Yeah.
And
Like a filibuster.
it can be a public filibuster. There's like, I think the city of Fort Worth, when they do public hearings, they go to like 2 a.m, right?
Yes, I've heard of that.
Because
Yeah.
it can be quite long. So, a public hearing is where that workshop element happens. Now, what we've done to, as a, to help inform the public who's interested, we provide a presentation prior to the comment period so that they understand what they're commenting on. Often, most people have reviewed it online already, but it provides some additional insight on what we're going.
Usually there's only 1 or 2 people that really
Have a thing.
have a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's usually about one thing
Uh-huh.
that they
yeah.
disagree with, and they're just giving them to,
It becomes more contentious if we're dealing with tax rates, or you have a contingent of the populace who wants to see a particular
Thing.
issue advanced, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But
Yeah, I think you stated it right.
There we go. Any other
Very,
questions?
very helpful. Thank you.
Ken said what? He think you said it right?
Yeah.
Okay.
thumbs up.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the public hearing is going to be in September, that first regular city council meeting of September. It's a public hearing.
Gotcha.
All right, starting from the top, one of the things, let's go back to top of page 3, Deanna. And as you do that, one of the things we did discuss at the last city council meeting is property taxes, the ad valorem taxes as it's listed here. We had anticipated receiving our tax rate information today. We did not. We received earlier this week, I think yesterday, day before, the total appraisal amounts for the city, which is helpful only to a marginal extent. Because for us, we're restricted in the tax that we can set, and it's based off of last year's taxed amount. So it really doesn't do us much benefit until we get the full calculation. And the chief appraiser let us know that that's expected next week. So by the time we get to our meeting on the 1st, we should have that data. Just want to follow up on that point. The 387,000 that you see listed here as our budget figure should be close. It's going to be within $1,000 or $3,000 of what the final number is, but it's good enough for planning purposes. All right. I want to dive a little deeper if there's an interest on the sales tax issue that came up in the discussion last meeting with Councilmember McGovern, and I was doing calculations on the side without the ability to show what I was doing and how sales tax is reflected. So Deanna, if you want to go to page 19, let's start page 19. We'll kind of go through it. All right, so here on page 19 is, you can kind of see the data that I'm working with in the back end of a spreadsheet that feeds these calculations. Fiscal year 22, that's just a budgetary figure I had there. I've updated this to have a updated figure for fiscal year 23. Those are actual taxes, sales taxes collected. Fiscal year 24, that's the 94,000 is an updated estimate based off of data. The most recent data that we have received from the state, and that's calculated basically looking at what we've done for the first 9 months of the year and taking an average of the last 3 months that has the audit amount taken out. We can get to that, but anyway, it's $94,000 where we expect to be at the end of the year in terms of sales taxes collected.
Could you just real quick though, give me an example of examples of how the city, what they receive in sales tax? Like, is it restaurant food? Is it alcohol sales? Or is it all from sales from like stores, or just the 5 major collections of sales tax?
If you pay a sales tax on something that you buy online that's shipped to your house, or something that is purchased at the Pack and Sack stores or any of the retailers in town, and I believe restaurant activity is also sales tax, that shows up in here. I'm not sure about, I think this also includes the alcohol taxes, but I'm not positive because it doesn't, it all comes from the comptroller and they don't break out that
They don't
data.
work it out.
The data that I have, I'll show you on the next sheet, just has the total collected tax, that taxes collected by the comptroller that's remitted to the city. And I believe that includes the alcohol taxes and everything else, but we don't see it come through on our end, on what the.
I did a
proportionality
PIR
is.
and they don't give you the breakdown on the tax controller. It does not break it down.
And no sales tax on Airbnb?
That's totally different.
That's different. That's hotel tax is separate, no sales tax.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I just wanted to, just to know as an
Yeah.
example.
And then we'll get into that fiscal year 25 budget calculation here in a second. But this is in total collected, we repay 18,000, or for fiscal year 24, we estimate we're going to be paying $18,505 back towards the paying off the old ticket fees for the court. That amount, that 200 some odd thousand we still owe, it's just slowly getting whittled away. A percentage of that street and road is of this total tax collected go to our street and road fund. That's a restricted fund that was passed by a city election ballot measure. And so a portion of all sales taxes get set aside for pothole repairs and other street and road improvements. And then the balance, whatever's remaining, comes to the general fund. If you want to go to the next page, we can get into how this kind of works. All right, this chart, I've added colors to try to make it a little more understanding of the categories in which we're working in. Yeah, go pull the updated one. There was a slight error on the calculation, so we'll get you.
I know it's on the computer too.
I printed mine out. You moved it forward.
Huh?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. This is really just to show the data behind everything. If there are questions on calculations or things that you see, we'll have to talk about it. Each row is a given month. Each column is a certain element. So those columns in light green are all the collection activities that the state does on the city's behalf when they collect sales tax. You will notice that the audit collection is a negative amount of $2,000. That is the amount based off of losing one of our taxing entities, tax-paying entities, being determined to be outside of jurisdiction resulted in a $53,000 audit against the city. That funding is taken out as a negative collection.
Can I have the question on,
Yeah.
this February 24, why is it $6,500? Because that's like 3 months worth,
Don't know. I just download the data.
but you see what I'm
But
getting, and that just doesn't make sense.
No, and then you have positive amounts before and after, and
Well, they offset the one in September, you see, it was negative and then positive, like there was an issue there in September of 23, but.
Yeah.
I mean, taking 6,000 out. That's 3 months worth of the above, or more than.
Why is 53,000 for September?
so 53,000, if you notice prior collection periods, they created a debit in prior collection periods, that first row in green in
Mhm,
September.
mhm.
To balance, they added that as an positive audit collection. And then they're going to, over the course of several months, create negative entries within the audit collection to eat down that surplus in the audit.
Gotcha. So that was just the total at its highest.
That
amount.
was a maneuver, an accounting maneuver that the state did that didn't involve us.
Gotcha.
So you
And
have,
real
I have
quick,
it too.
the
That's
sales tax
That's enough.
with Don's Fish Camp that we lost.
I can't say that.
We really don't know.
I have reason to believe I know who it is, but I can't say it in an open session. It's
Wait, you
confidential information.
I'm sorry. I don't want any confidential information. I just missed what they were saying because I was handing out.
He asked me if it was
Question.
Don's Fish Camp. I said, I
Or
can't say.
Texas State too.
Oh,
So that's important because as we get into the last 3 months, May, June, July, you'll see we kind of hit a steady state in the collection activities that the state is doing against our audit. What that does from a practical perspective, it drives down the collection number. They were good on the collections. You can have the audit works. Because it's going to speed up from here.
Thumbs up, guys, you all good with this?
All right. From there, so the city collects that total in that darker or brighter green color, going into the salmon pink. This is a service fee that the state does, I think, in order to make sure that they don't have negative balances in their service fee. Basically, what they do is they charge us a service fee, 2% on all collections that they keep. That's kind of like, thank you for doing this mandatory business. This is going to keep the lights on in the agency. Well, in order for them to not have to collect a fee after they've had an expense, they have this weird thing where they collect a service fee and then return a prior retained service fee. So they're collecting 2 months worth of fees in a single month, but then reimbursing you for the prior month just to make things complicated. The big point is, at the end of the day, it all generally balances, but you're going to have a different value for total collections and total payment due to the city of a small degree. That's why it goes from 7,676 to 7,500, roughly to 2% fee. Getting into the blue column, this is where the debt payment, that 20% of all collected, of all collections is paid back to the state for the 20% debt created out of the court.
That's for the,
say that one more time.
okay, so
slowly.
the city owes, if you remember, $267,000 is the
Yeah.
current balance
Yeah.
for over collection of speeding tickets going back 10 odd years.
Mhm.
More than that.
Just as more, whatever.
Way
So,
before our time.
We have to pay 20% of our gross sales tax back to buy that down. So based upon these numbers, it'll be paid off in about 15 years, maybe.
Yeah.
15, it's actually closer to 16 or 17 now because we're taking.
But
out-
always has to be 20% of our sales tax?
It was the agreement that was made. The city basically got fined because over 50% of the city's budget was in tickets on Highway 80.
And they weren't.
And there was
Allocated to the state.
three towns in Texas that got put in the same hickey as us. And all of them are in the same hickey as we are.
Doesn't matter. It's us. That's all we
Us.
care about.
So we have to pay 20% until it's paid off. So We've just been
So
dealing
that's
with,
our 20% goes in
And
that.
so,
Yep.
and so our net that we actually collect out of the city is in that dark blue.
That's after we pay the 20.
That's after we pay the 20, that's the 6,013.90 for that, for last month. Of that 6,013.90, it gets split between the street and roads allocation based on the ballot measure that was passed by the electorate and the general fund, general use allocation. So at the end of the day, what was once, you know, a $10,000 collection prior to them taking a fee, the general fund is only netting for about half of that, less than half of that.
It's our own fault.
Some of it's our fault, some of it's on faults of others.
But Martindale.
But
So
the general fund amount you said was half and half, but in one column in the gray, it's 4,500 and in the street, it's 1,500.
but what I meant to say is if you take the total, I'm sorry, I mentioned it inartfully. I probably confused people. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I-
not your fault. I'm confused.
So if you think of total collections prior to paying any fees back to the state, we would have collected almost $10,000. It would have been 9,700 some odd dollars is what we would have collected and would have received. And then we would be happy. The point is, by the time we actually get to funds going into the general fund, that $9,700 is now $4,500.
Just like your take home pay.
Right?
Just like your take home. So it's about, we're between the two payment for paying to the state, we're paying the state roughly $3,500 a month.
And let this be a lesson to us all.
300, yeah. So
I want to go on record, the city did nothing wrong. The
No.
taxpayer paid when you,
For one of those, but the other one was our take.
well, the old one, that goes way back
It
before,
doesn't
you know.
matter. It's still errors that we have. So
They,
it's lessons.
property taxes of everyone went up significantly the next year because they actually had to have a vote in
Yeah.
order to make themselves whole.
Yeah.
And they still went in a deficit a couple of years after that anyway,
Mhm.
because they didn't know how to deal with it.
So we gotta have lessons learned is all.
So, but what happened is the entity was filing taxes under the pretense that they believed that they were supposed to be paying. And an audit was done and they said no. So roughly, the sales tax, I actually have a slide for that, but the sales tax for the city is 1% is the city and then 25% is street and road. So the city only gets the 1%. The other 1/4% goes to the ESD within the city. So if the city doesn't collect it, the ESD gets the 1.5% total. So if you see over here, there's city limits and then ETJ equivalent. The city of Martindale gets 1% just because we are a city. We automatically get that to everyone. And then we petitioned, the mayor actually did the work to petition for the street and road, and that's the other 1/4%. We as individuals can only be hickied for 2 entities, so they can't add another 25%. So that's about, these are ballot measured items that they go on the ballot. So you can see the ESD and the ETJ is collecting 1.5%. And in the city limits, they're only getting 1/4%. So if an entity leaves the city and it goes to the ETJ, which is what happened, we can see where the money's going.
So do the people who overpaid get the money back?
No, it's it's just being who's getting the money.
Okay, so they just moved it.
See, the total's 820. Yeah, it's still just 8.25 is the 8.25. That hasn't changed. So it's just a matter of the money left us and is going to
Somewhere else.
the ESD. So,
Went to heaven.
okay. That makes sense?
Sort of.
But unfortunately, we paid 20% for the old thing on both of the 1.25. It's not just on the 1%, it's on anything that the city collects in sales tax, period.
So
So technically, the
This
road
one it's making some sense,
road
because I was
money's not
worried it
subject
wouldn't
to
make any.
20%.
Starting to make
It's
sense.
starting to
well,
make
yeah,
more
no, the
sense,
road
yes.
tax is
No.
taken after the fact.
Yeah, so you're putting
So,
more than
well,
technically.
Okay, move along.
Yeah.
We'll
it's-
just leave that alone.
Keep
Moving
going,
on.
keep
Yeah.
going.
Well, I'll leave it alone.
So that's where if in a given, so this next year, the total effect of all these debts to the state is, we're spending $43,000 of our money every year to the state. That's how much, that's the principal payment that we're making. So it's significant. One of the things we can talk about is from the revenue side, if we're trying to fill a hole, is paying those principal balances off. Now, yeah, there's a time value of money issue here, because the more money we spend today on this item is when we work more, tomorrow. There's some discounting, it could get kind of complicated, but we're in a leveraged position. We're taking debt from the state, we're keeping it in our savings account, making 5% interest on it. So over the course of, say, the next 10 years, we're making $15,000 on that about. Over the course of longer time, we're looking at like, by the time we get to 20 years, over $35,000. So there's a benefit to that interest. The question that I would like to pose to council is, and we can, if you're interested, I can do more thorough analysis of it. But a $40,000 anchor around our neck is really starting to hurt. And we have the cash on hand to solve it. And it may be worth solving it to free up our budget so that we can afford our future.
Wouldn't it be better if we get an interest, if we owe the state this money to have it interest free? They're not charging us interest. Why not just pay it out over a period of time because it's no interest?
Because the principal payment, at least in the next 2 years, is $44,000, $45,000 that could otherwise be in our budget. And the principal payment after that, after the $50,000 is paid off, is still going to be $23,000 every year.
I still don't follow. If you're gonna pay the state all this money and you can do it over a period of time without being charged interest, I can't grasp around that if
You're over I guess a way I could say it is we're over leveraged. You can work in that type of environment. We're using other people's money, right? But even the principal payment on debt can still be significant. Here's how it hurts us. We're gaining in a given year, the $43,000 that we're paying to the state, keeping that in our bank account and getting an investment return is only netting us $2,000. But we're losing the flexibility of hiring staff. That could be an additional police officer.
That
That
could
could
be
be
our
addition-
freaking city manager.
That could be the city manager. That could solve the city manager plus fill a $20,000
Yeah.
hole we have.
Yeah.
So is the $2,000 benefit worth getting a free debt, free loan? When we have the cash to solve it, I think an investment
cutting off your
person would
nose
look
to-
at this and say, the better investment is to take the leverage position, make the return on the debt. The qualitative cost is, I think, substantial enough that you can't put a number on it specifically. Another way to think of it, would we get better returns and efficiencies or benefit to the community? More than
We go more in the red though.
Yeah, but the problem is, Mike, in my opinion, there is, like Sam mentioned last week, that we have had a problem, a lot of things starting to fall through the cracks in the last several months. because people are stretched so thin, they can't even proofread things. They can't get things done. They can't figure stuff out. They can't do what's best for our community and thoroughly study issues because they're too thin. So if we are here as elected members to represent our constituents, who are the people of Martindale, what's gonna be better for the city? Having our city function more effectively, or having our city have $2,000 in the bank?
Well, I actually have a creative solution for this,
Go right
okay?
ahead.
So firstly, I don't want to pay it off right away because number one, I still think we have an argument to fight it. Okay, so, and that'll have to be addressed with you guys in executive session at a later date. So I don't want to give up the opportunity that we would be able to get a reversal of the decision that was made. Okay? That
And
means
continue to receive that amount of money year after year. As
if we
opposed
win
to
the
not
argument,
getting
if we win the argument that Kent described, there is a valid argument for a reversal of the decision that was made. We have to make a decision. Now there's a new council, whether to take that path or not. So to kind of hybrid what Jared is saying, I understand what he's saying from a budgetary standpoint. And I would propose that what we do is we set aside $50,000 of the ARPA money and then just use that as the payment amount over the course of the period of time. And that way it's off the budget.
I can't do that.
You can't do that?
No.
Why not?
The Treasury Department, in their infinite wisdom, published a new interim final rule
Lovely.
on the use of the funds that really changed the game for the city. So what they're requiring is, I'll talk about 6 months ago, before the rule changed, it was if you receive less than $10 million, you can claim a standard deduction, like you basically, like you would on your taxes. You can claim a revenue replacement. That was that's kind of the end of the story. The new rule came out and said, no, you can't just claim revenue replacement in the use of the funds. You'll also have to show obligations by contract for how you use those funds. Well, what we had done is claimed revenue replacement for loss of revenue. We were not tracking obligations that we have been making with those funds in our accounting system. We're a small city. We're not a sophisticated accounting system. We're using QuickBooks. We're not project coding each expenditure that we have with those funds. So what the feds are doing to us now is saying by December, you have to have all those things on a contract, committed, obligated, use their parlance, on a contract, or have incurred the outlay, written the check for that service or thing that was provided. What it cannot be used for is for debts. What it cannot also be used for is things after December, the end of September, or end of December. So what that means is we're losing our flexibility, and we're going to have to go in and create some accounting entries to account for the obligations that we've previously incurred. This is going back, I think, to fiscal year 22, maybe in fiscal year 21, and reopening those already audited books to align costs.
We're getting hammered between the bank.
Well, if we're a large city and we have sophisticated accounting systems and we receive more than $10 million, the rule doesn't change for them. What the rule was intended to do is ease the burden on ourselves, on small cities like us. I think there's a concern that the money's not being spent and they're wanting to force those expenditures. And unfortunately, when we made the last budgetary disbursements of the ARPA funds, that was right about within weeks of that final rule coming out. That hadn't come out through the state, and we hadn't been notified yet. So we're going to have to put Humpty Dumpty together again, and then make sure we used all of him by December.
We have a lot of roads that could be made whole.
Either way, we can't spend it on this.
No. No, we can't spend that on this. Okay. But we are in a favorable cash position. We,
So we
So
could
we
still,
could pay it off.
we could still set aside $50,000 of reserves.
Yeah.
To do what I'm suggesting. Just, we
So-
we cannot earmark it as you're alluding to as the ARPA money.
Could it be used for like, litigation cost? Like you're saying, Mr. McGovern?
it would have to be on, the obligation would have to be incurred. So there could be a way,
Well,
maybe.
we have a letter
where-
that says we owe $50,000. That's an obligation.
Or is that a debt?
Yeah, that's a
The-
debt.
The problem is it could be
That's a debt.
considered a debt under an audit, because it's a result of an audit, not a result of a service that we've
Right.
procured.
Right.
But if you're trying, we could procure the services of an attorney that has a retainer of that amount for that, to take that specific action. And that would create an obligation.
I don't know.
Um,
I'm concerned about getting too,
we gotta be,
I don't want to be too focused on the grade. I would rather like just. I'm not comfortable with
so what, so
that.
I'm trying to think about where,
Laura, I think, Laura, I think your point is you're, I mean, look, this is a business decision. And if your plan is to litigate to save money, you're spending X with an unknown future. Whereas if you do the opposite, you're spending X with a certain future. So, I mean, I guess the analysis is, do you spend money litigating, or do you just bite the bullet and say, we know it's not what we want, but we can buy certainty if we go with
And
what
staff.
is the Jared? Yeah. I mean, and yeah, I mean, it's the idea of certainty, because I mean, I give the advice more often than I can tell you, don't litigate to make money, because lawsuits are where people go to lose money. And that's even more so at the forefront of my thinking when a client is a client that has limited resources, because that's where you can really find yourself in a world of hurt. So anyway, just very vaguely, me weighing in on some thinking without Matt addressing the merits of what I think you're getting into. So we can pick that up in an executive session if you guys want to, but just
The net effect is we're losing 25,000, irregardless of the repayment, we're essentially losing $25,000 of sales tax income every year indefinitely.
Yeah, I like to, you can't say about law, but really, do we have a good case? I guess that has to be an executive session.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So either way, you're taking the 50,000 from
So
the
either
savings.
way, we have to just, like, that's not gonna be an option for this particular issue. So we still have to figure out, do we pay the debt or do we don't pay the debt, right?
so at the audited end of fiscal year 22, the total cash position in just the general fund on government activities was $594,000. And that jives with the expectation that had going into it. I had estimated that to be, I guess, 563. My best guess on the net position cash balance coming out of this next audit and after fiscal year 24 is going to be somewhere still within that range of $600,000, if not more. Could be as high as 660. So, and that's in the unassigned, non-restricted accounts.
Can I just ask one
So-
question about the debt when you're ready or something?
Yeah, let me finish the thought and then.
Yes.
So I think where that cash position is coming from is there's $250,000 in an emergency fund. In addition to the emergency fund, the city has, over the last few years, developed a cash position balance that would satisfy all debts or all expenditures for a 120-day period. So that we have sufficient liquidity in case something happened. In many ways, it's duplicative to have both a rainy day fund and then also a liquidity cash balance fund. But we do that because we're in a high flood prone area. We might have to use $250,000 for an initial emergency response, not necessarily emergency fund of we're not receiving revenues that we expected. But they're kind of intended for slightly different purposes. However, a city our size doesn't necessarily need to have both. And so we could, if we wanted to, liquidate some of that cash position that we have built up over several years of budget surplus and use it on something like this. Where that cash is being held, emergency fund and the capital improvement fund and general fund overflow item. So that's where.
Okay, I agree with you, but what I would suggest is that we just run a deficit of 25,000 for the next 2 years. And just dwindle it away.
Be like the federal government.
That way we have it.
Be like the federal government.
Wait, now, hold on.
Well, the equivalent is, it's 50, let's say it's 50,000. The back, what we owe for the previous 2 years on the back is 50,000. Forget about what's going forward, because we can't touch that. Okay, what's going forward is what it is. We owe $50,000 in back, whatever. The money's in the account, we're collecting interest on it. Jared's trying to create a balanced budget, which is what his job is. We know we have the extra money. You said over $400,000 in, we have 250 in reserves, another 160,000
I got all
in
that.
overflow. So we have 400,000. My point is, until we make a determination about the other matter, just run a deficit of 25,000, assuming we're gonna dwindle down on our overage, which is basically what the state's doing with their overages as well.
But Kent, do you know if the city is required, this is a conversation the mayor approached to me and I hadn't had a chance to look into it. Do you know if the state has a requirement for general law type A cities to have balanced budgets?
I have
Or is
never seen one.
No,
Okay. Then I think that's not a bad idea, is to budget for a planned deficit.
and it just, we all have an understanding that it's part of the budget. We write a little, subsection. This is our plan for the next 2 years, and we publish it that way. Because we're going to dwindle down our debt. It still keeps us the reserve in case we do need it. You know what I mean? And we're collecting interest on it as well. So it solves both. It's about $2,600-$2,700 over the course of the 2 years. So it's money, but more concerned on just liquidity. I don't like to, I think the one thing that has happened tremendously over the last 10 years is the city has become, financially sound. Do you know what I mean? There has been a huge momentum change, since the big flood in 15, is that the city actually has money, you know what I mean? And knock on wood, I don't want to just make it go away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just like to say, hey, I agree. And that was my thought all along anyway, was let it go away. And if we win an argument, if we decide to do it, we win it. If we don't, it doesn't matter. We're still becoming budget neutral irregardless of that. Say, look, we have a one-time hickey. And we'll just run a deficit of 25,000. So everything else has to be irrelevant to that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I
Let
think
me
that,
guess, we only pay if we win.
If we win, we get it back, you know what I mean? And
I
it's-
said we only pay if we win.
but we have to assume we're gonna lose, you know what I mean? And you
That's-
always assume you're gonna lose and then just, if everyone's on board with that, that changes this number deficit of 22 is now within spitting
Nothing.
distance. Yeah, we're basically in the budget. The budget is almost solved, You know, there's
So
some
what
more
is our
detail.
plan? Should we not do litigation?
And we just do what we're doing. We're
What-
planning, assuming we're not litigating.
That's what, but the budget assumes no litigation.
Yeah. The
I
budget
know,
assumes
but I'm saying, if you're gonna do that and put your note in and all of that, then what is your counter hypothesis? You're
If we-
saying your
if-
note is that we're doing it with the understanding that if we go to,
No, we're doing it assuming we're just paying off the 50,000. We're gonna run down our surplus cash, which is over $400,000. We're gonna run it down by 25,000 a year for the next 2 years. End of discussion. We had an $80,000 surplus last year.
We did.
Then we spent quite a bit of it on capital improvements, I call them, computers and things of that nature. So we spent 50 or 60,000 of it in the software and everything else. And we'll have the same meeting sometime in hopefully early October, that will review the budget for this year that ends in September, and there'll be an overage underage. Now, right now, this new sales tax thing obviously is messing us up, and the court is messing us up, but we have positives as well. We're over on utilities, we're over on Park Mobile versus the budget, we're over on interest income. What it eventually turns out to be, we won't 100% know. Jared's done a pretty good job guessing that, I think, here, and he's within probably $10,000 on a budget of $1 million, and he's within 10. Thumbs up, you know. And last year we knew we were going to be over, but we still raised the rates on the utilities because the utility fund has always run negative. Okay, so the only reason we raised the money on the utilities is because the wastewater plant has always lost money, and the goal was to make the wastewater plant even. And this year it will be in a slight surplus, depending on maintenance here. And there always is a massive amount of maintenance here right before the end of our year, at the end of summer.
Over our grant.
And that's the thing, yeah. Well, one of the reasons we are running, he's right. That's a very good point. One of the reasons I think we are in a surplus with the wastewater plant is we had the grant money, and that's done a lot of our maintenance by doing improvements. So as they've done put in new equipment, they're fixing the problems that we've had to go and fix over and over and over and over again. So going forward, that's a big positive. So you guys got a lot of money for that.
Yeah.
Like 400, 300 or something. You
Yeah.
got a lot of money. So the wastewater plant was raised just to be break even, just like the park. Everything, the thought process is each department needs to be ideally, treated individually as much as possible. It's also good, whatever that number is. But the wastewater plant is, and that's the same with the water company. Because the water company, they're always, there's always a law to some extent because you get a degradation of depreciation. So there is always that factored in. So.
Is there any other effects from the 2-year debt or the 15-year debt in terms of credit accreditation or debts? I mean, getting grants, or how do other unities look at us and say, oh, there's the town, they're in debt, or
There's
there
no
any
debt.
underlying
We're-
effects from that?
No, because if we ever, we're not applying for any debts right now. We're not applying for any bonds or anything taxpayer funded. We don't have a credit rating because we don't use credit. There'd be something that would come up when we go to a credit rating agency, and they would do their calculations on, here's where your credit rating is, here's what your total amount of debt that you can take on. They would consider, or these things are already considered debts in our audit. And so they consider our ability to take on new debts with these ones that we already have. So it could affect things in that space. But most of the time, those debts are going to be secured more or less by property taxes or service fees, and if it's for the utility department. So we're not taking any general obligation debts where it's kind of an unsecured loan type of a situation. So I don't think if we're to do like a kind of unsecured loan, general obligation debt, that could pose an issue, but we have no need to do that.
But then you said the advantages of paying it off was there where we could pay it off out of the money in reserve, and then we would have more money to work with during the fiscal year to pay things that we are.
Yeah, that's what I said. And
It's an
But-
option.
and that's to maintain a balanced budget. With the idea that Councilmember McGovern mentioned is the hell with the balanced budget. Because we're in a good cash position as a city, we can afford to intentionally have a budget deficit.
Just to clarify, by doing it that way, we would not pay off our debt.
It would continue to be paid off
No answer.
with no change the way that we paid it off last month and the month before. It just
So
continues. to be
basically, we're
taken.
paying it off without interest.
What
without
we're
charging.
doing is saying, we're only bringing in our budget $650,000. We're still going to budget for $380,000 and damn the torpedoes because we have a cash balance that we can draw upon. And we're in a fiscal surplus. Not only are we higher your budget surpluses, but we have a net savings. We're in a positive net cash position. We can draw.
So how long would it take if we were to try to win this case where we don't have to pay that money back or we can stop paying that money back? How long would that take?
Well, you're probably by the time you've won it, you've probably paid it all back, and then you're asking for the money to be returned to you.
Okay.
That'd be a separate case.
I mean, if we were fortunate enough to win a case, we're probably going to be in appeals, and if it's going to appeals, it's probably going to be appealed to the Supreme Court of Texas. And at that point, it's anybody's guess if they'd even look at it, because it might not bother themselves with this issue. It's probably going to be whatever comes out of the trial court, district court, and then whatever the appeal court says on appeal, because if the state, if the city
you're
happens to
dealing with
win,
legal fees
win the initial
entire
case,
time.
the state's gonna appeal it.
That's what I
Again, we're not assuming that we're even gonna do that. That'll be a discussion down the road.
Yeah, we may not even have to. We have some avenues that we're kind of chasing down and following before we even get to that point.
Yeah, so we're not advocating that. We're just saying, I don't want to take it off the table. You know what I mean? I want to
And
leave
if
that
we
option.
settle it, then we can't go back and get it. back.
Right.
Yeah, that's,
So we need to leave it open for right now.
and so this is my,
If we want to do something.
and I just want to keep, and if you're okay with it, which sounds,
I mean,
it's the equivalent, it's the same thing. It's accomplishing, it's just
Yeah,
doing about it a different way.
It accomplishes the flexibility that we need.
Yep.
It's just, you're,
It's gonna look,
It's a precedent.
it is a precedent in a town that's been very fiscally conservative for a very long time, and to,
Way too conservative.
maybe so, but,
Maybe not. We've also been almost bankrupt and talked about unincorporating. So I mean, there's a way that needs to be done.
so it's just intentionally budgeting for a deficit is controversial. But I think the benefits and the risks are such that I would be accepted.
and if anyone has any questions, they can call me. I live at 213 North Coast Road. Be more than happy to
Or me.
explain it. The mayor, of course.
Yeah.
What's your opinion, man?
I want to wait it out a little longer.
I mean, are you for a deficit?
Yeah, we talked already.
Well, and so do we have to pay legal fees when when it's in litigation, or are we paying
So the
Kent to
budget,
do
right,
this, or?
the budget right now doesn't assume any litigation other than what is already ongoing. And this particular issue is not in litigation. So
So yeah,
any decision that you would make regarding that would be in addition to what's already reflected in the budget.
Okay.
So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but not today.
If you want to see that include, an additional legal fees included in the budget today and have that being offset within the budget, that would be, we're really showing a hand and would probably want to go into executive session to discuss it. But-
Anytime any of us talk to the attorney or the engineer, there's a price.
Right.
And so last month, when we were all talking to the attorney about the mini pinch issues, his salary doubled.
So, again, that's something for down the
Because
road.
we gave him work to do.
Yeah. He's on the phone. He's on the phone. He's
That
billing.
was a real
Right
simple-
here,
Yep.
right here and ready.
Right here and ready on a specially called city council meeting in addition to the regular council.
Yeah, there were several council
Yeah, that's
meetings.
right.
All right, so we're good. Are we all kind of okay with that?
No, I mean, yeah, I understand it. Are you asking me if that's okay, if I want that plan?
Yes.
Are we voting on that?
No.
We're
Okay.
not-
But-
well, you know what I mean?
but-
So are you okay with considering it, I guess?
I understand what the plan is.
Okay.
I don't want to express an opinion about it
Okay.
right now.
Do we need to express our opinion?
Well,
No.
like I
That seems
said at
like what
the
he's
top,
asking.
let's say at the top, the intent is to get consensus so that way when the mayor submits the proposed budget, she's confident that it will pass.
So we need to have a consensus right here or not?
I thought this
The
wasn't
goal,
an action discussion, that we're just discussing this.
I know.
We're just discussing what a consensus approach would be.
No, I'm not ready to commit to anything. That's a
Would a better
major,
way to.
that's a major difference between how the city's been run and not run, and I'm one of two brand new people, so I think it will look like, oh, you you elected these two new people, and now you've got this, all of a sudden, we're gonna go into deficit. So I'd really rather think about that before I decide that that's a good idea right now.
Fair enough.
That's all.
Sam, do you have?
I pretty much feel the same way. I don't like the idea of being in a deficit. I would much rather pay off that money instead of stretching it out over a 2-year period. I would rather pay it off because I don't like that deficit to be added to the deficit that we already have for the next 15 years. And also, if the park budget is going to be zero, I'm not pleased about that. So.
Oh, no, this wasn't on the whole budget. It's more of thoughts on,
On that issue.
do we want to handle this issue from a revenue perspective, an expense perspective, or from a total both and by creating a deficit? The issue being the amount
That we,
of collected taxes that we do not receive.
yeah, it's not about the park right now.
Yeah,
It's about, do we want to have a deficit in our budget
You're
process?
right.
Or, yeah, do you want to have a deficit in your budget process, or to what Sam was saying, do you want to pay it off and solve the deficit by reducing our cash position?
To me,
Or do you want to just keep it going?
Or do you
Like,
wanna keep it
do you wanna
going and-
just do
and
the
cut-
0% interest?
And keep it going and cut expenses to get back to balance, and you're cutting at that point $22,000 in the budget as it exists going into tonight.
But you're saying the state does not require us to have a balanced budget.
That's what I'm understanding.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm just saying that's a huge change in our city's policy, and I don't want it to look like it was the new people that like brought.
It's the same equivalent on paper that Sam's suggesting, which is paying it off. It's it's effectively
It's
the
not
same.
though when people look at it, when the town people, the constituents, the voters look at it, it's not, they
It's-
see a negative line.
But it's less risky. What I like
I'm
about
not
it,
saying, I am
what I
not
like
saying it's a
about it
bad
is
idea. I'm
once you-
saying entirely on appearances. What the common person is gonna see and consider, not what's the best. So I need time to consider what's the best so I can decide, is it worth putting my neck on the line for?
the only thing I want to add is what I said previously. If we have a debt and it's interest-free, why would we want to pay that debt?
So we
totally
can
off?
hire a manager or a
That's just my,
city person.
It's irrelevant. That doesn't factor into this decision either way.
it does,
It does.
because you can pay it off, create the flexibility
Mhm.
without creating a deficit
Right.
and maintaining a balanced
well,
budget.
personally,
But you're taking the risk of a reduced cash position, and you're losing you have the opportunity cost of missing out on the
Right.
interest gain.
They all have checks and balances. Checks and.
Well, I'll put it out.
It's just,
I will put it out there. I'll put my neck out. I'll put it out right now. I would rather go into a deficit, a small deficit, and still not pay that debt off. When we have an interest-free, it's an interest-free loan and we can have that money collecting interest.
No, you just said two different
No,
options.
no,
That
no,
was
no,
two
no,
different
no, I
ones.
said, the deficit seems like a possible alternative. And if it's able to do that, well, without, and keep the status quo on not paying our debts off.
Gotcha, gotcha,
Okay,
okay, gotcha.
which to me
Yeah.
it's just common sense for me. Why would you pay a debt off when you don't have to pay interest on it?
So that you don't have a deficit, but that makes
Well,
sense.
I mean,
I appreciate your opinion.
I'm just saying,
Mhm.
I would, for me, the issue is why would you pay a debt off when you
I got
have
you.
an interest free? It's a
Right.
loan to me and you're getting interest in your account.
Right,
And you have a slight deficit.
I agree. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
But I thought the whole reason we didn't want to pay it off is because we think that we could possibly default on it. We don't have
Well,
to pay it.
there's two debts. There's a $50,000 audit being collected and that from a tax audit, sales tax audit. And then there's the $260 something thousand that is still owed from prior traffic citations. Those two combined is $300,000. That principal payment that we're paying on those two debts over the next 2 years is $44,000 of our collected sales tax. Once that 50 is already paid out in the next, I guess, 21 months that's left, it'll go back down to about $20,000, $22,000 a year, which we have been paying that amount for the last 8 years, 9 years, something like that. So, we've been foregoing those collections by paying it as we go, a 0% loan, as Mike mentioned, and then we've still been able to balance the budget. The harder part now is this $50,000, that's an additional $20,000 takeout of our budget. Well, actually, it's
49,
yeah,
it's 41,000 left
something.
or something like that.
So
And the debt that we might not have to pay is the one where the revenue we got from people who they thought they were in the ETJ and they weren't, not the citation.
Right.
I thought we were in the city
It's
limits.
the new one.
They thought they were in the city limits. Okay, right.
Non-city.
okay.
Yeah, there's two
Fine, fine.
issues.
We got it. I think we got it.
Yeah, the one
Well, we
that
go
the
that
one
far.
for the traffic fines is that's set in stone.
We could pay that off, but we could also pay that off if we wanted.
To me, that would be absolutely foolish to do that personally, and financial. I'm not an accountant, but if you have an interest free, why
That's
would you pay
That's
that?
what I said.
And we're-
Somebody from taking an investment perspective is going to say
That's how I look at
that you get a leveraged position on that debt at 0%, you get a 5% return in the immediate period. And considering the time value of money, having more cash on hand now is worth more than having cash later. You're in a better position not paying it off. However, there's a qualitative opportunity cost that I was making sure the council was aware of, is you're losing the efficiency and ability to say, hire another police officer, hire, a more experienced city administrator.
We don't pay it off.
Yeah, if you don't pay it off, because you lose that flexibility in the budget. What Matthew's saying is maintain the flexibility in the budget, don't pay it off, have the best of both worlds. The cost is that we're creating a deficit in the budget, and there's a political ramification for that, which I think is what some of the council members are mentioning. And there's also a practical application of that, is you don't want that to become a standard or a precedent or an approach going forward, because all of that hard work that the city has done over the last 7 to 8 years of putting ourselves back together in a good cash position could go away really quickly if you have poor management and continue to run budget deficits.
But if we were efficient, we could pay that deficit, balance out within a couple of years. Is that possible?
It's going to be paid off. We've already paid 3 months.
The depending on which one, the $50,000.
Yeah, the 50.
That's going to be paid off in 24 months. Actually, we've already paid almost 12,000 of it.
Paid,
So
what, 3 months? We paid 3 months on the report, so we're gonna end up
3
paying,
months on the report, but there's also that $6,000
Which I-
number, which I can't really.
we
put
need to figure
together.
that out.
So, $6,000 to $12,000 already been paid off.
And so it's really not 50, but it will be 24 next year, and then the year after that, it'll be less, because we're already paying it this year.
I'll retract my statement. I mean, that sales tax fiasco, that's a small debt, basically.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I would be flexible on that. The one for the traffic fines, we gotta lock that in. Don't.
We're not,
we
we're not
don't-
proposing, no one's proposing to touch that right now.
So, don't-
Jared's explaining,
It's on the table.
he's explaining what
I
the
mean,
advantage of doing it.
but
The
I'd be willing.
negative, of course, is that if we have an emergency,
Yes,
we now have to go borrow money.
yes, and that's a problem.
And I don't think I want to be borrowing money right after a big major flood. I don't know I wasn't here and I'd have to ask Randy what his budget handling of that was, but in the few conversations I had, it was not cheap. So, yeah, he had to come out of pocket a whole lot of money. And obviously there was a reduction there was no sales tax for a while. I mean, there's a lot of,
They cut staff. There wasn't a city manager even part-time for 2 years. 3
because they
years.
were bankrupt. The city was bankrupt in 15.
So what do we need to do tonight in terms of moving forward with our conversation?
The unfortunate thing is, I don't think I've heard consensus on this issue yet, so.
Yep.
I just don't feel like I know enough, I don't have enough of an understanding of exactly which one is the most beneficial, because it sounds like each one has its benefits and its risks, and
I think if it were me, and if I was, I don't want to say it that way. One of the things,
Okay, you can do it.
to think about is having a black mark of a $20,000 deficit in a budget, but still retaining your cash balance and able to hit the flexibility and not impact your overall financial standing within the city, I think has a lot of benefits. You avoid the risk of having too little cash on hand if there's an emergency. And you're still able to create the efficiencies that you would with the flexibility that you would seek. And so with hiring more staff,
and that's running at a deficit.
that's running that deficit.
Okay, because I thought what you said, Matthew, was that if we do run at a deficit, if we then had an emergency, we would end up having to borrow money.
No, if we were to pay all the
All the
debt
debt.
off,
Okay, in that
if we pay
scenario,
off all the debt, which Jared does this every year, he has to explain, I understand it. He's obliged to explain the consequence of not paying it up. He's required as the good faith person, fiduciary responsibility is the phrase, to explain what the consequence. The business side of it is cash is king. The business side is cash is king.
I want to know the mayor's opinion on that.
Oh, no, I would rather keep the cash and
Have a
take
slight-
off the debt slowly like we're doing
And
right
having a slight
now.
deficit, is that, are
Yes,
you for,
yes.
would you be?
In a presidential election year, when the balanced budget is always a huge thing.
Well, I can kind of look at it like this. Say I am buying a brand new car at 0 interest. And then I can keep that $25,000 in the bank and just pay my monthly payment of say $500 a month and keep paying that until my car is paid off. That's kind of the same scenario. I have my cash, I have my new car. Are you running a risk? Either way you are. If I take all of that cash and pay off my car, then I don't have any cash.
Yep.
And then if there was some kind of an emergency.
The car gets totaled or stolen.
Yeah.
Except that it's not that we wouldn't have any cash. If you're doing it in a worst case scenario, okay, that was your only $25,000.
Right. Yeah,
And it's not that way.
To use her scenario, we have $50,000. We want to spend 25 of it.
yeah.
But what do we get? We don't get a new car. I mean, we don't get anything.
No, you would be out of debt is the main
You
thing.
get out of debt, you
You gotta
free up
balance
probably
budget.
$40,000 in the budget, in additional revenues that you could account for and allocate. And of that 40,000 new would solve the $20,000 deficit plus $20,000 that you could allocate to other priorities.
So would that make it more feasible to hire a city manager or a city?
Much more.
Okay.
Much more.
Mathematically, no, it's a neutral position.
Oh my gosh.
It
Are you
is
kidding me?
completely neutral. No, it
No,
is.
I thought I understood, darn it.
I see.
It's a neutral position. You're not gonna gain more, you're not gonna gain more. The net effect at the end of the year is you're not gonna collect more money because you pay it off early.
Okay.
You're not.
Mhm.
But you have to knowingly go in to say, I mean, we're already losing the 20% going forward, or whatever that amount is gonna be, for those people going forward. Then that is very seasonal, obviously, and that's gone for good. Jared's made a good faith estimate that this is how much we're gonna collect net out. You know,
Plus, the money that we have in the bank, we're collecting a certain amount of interest on. And the more money you have in the bank, the more interest you collect.
the higher the, yeah, there's
The higher
tiered,
the
so the more you have in,
return.
the better the rate.
I like Jared's point. We're close to a river. We could have a catastrophic flood. There could be lots of issues. We could lose our police car. We could, who knows? You know, there could be some huge flood the offices. There could be a loss of revenue plus more expenditures due to a major disaster. You'd have a little buffer there.
Well, you would, but no different buffer than if you just continued the status quo without running a deficit, if we just took it out of something else.
But to the kind of underlying rationale for my answer to Terry's question was at the $20,000 taking a deficit is good, but that still assumes a salary of a city administrator of 75,000, which is proven a little bit difficult to recruit for.
Is that?
If you take that and you go from 75 to say 90, which is what our fire staff member just got for a similarly sized city.
With a
Yeah.
very different financial perspective and outlook.
Right. We don't want,
I'm not saying, I'm just saying they're in a different financial category than we are. Stop it, you know it's true.
no, they're not.
They
They're-
are
they're-
too.
They're the same tax base. The only thing is different that they have more utilities that they're collecting service fees on.
And so they have a different amount
But they're spending
that
it
they
on-
are
they're-
budgeting.
They're not taking all that, giving it to the city manager. They're taking all that.
No, I'm just saying their pie is bigger. Their allocations, stop it.
Their
Stop
general
it.
fund pie is bigger, but it's also because they have a double the tax rate that we do.
Whatever the difference is, they're not a comparable city to our intake and our budget.
You're exactly right, and that's my point. You're exactly right. We're not in a comparable position, yet we're trying to recruit the same individuals, and the other cities who are at that better position are able to offer more money. And to the point where this position is not very attractive to a broad range of potential recruits or candidates. If we were able to expand it from 75,000 to say $90,000, you're going to see the pool of candidates grow in both in quantity and quality. I think you're only able to get to that point with the $40,000 flexibility. And and we've talked about deficits. It's only been considering what's on the budget now, which assumes it's 75. If the question that
we
Terry
were-
asked was, if you paid off all the debt, you have that $40,000 now coming in. The 20 to cover the deficit plus an additional 20. You take that additional 20, add it to that salary and expenses that's generated from that position. I think you're able to get a really, really quality candidate at that point.
So you're saying for 75, does that include the benefits?
That's salary to
That's
that
salary, then you add whatever.
20,000
And
in
you're talking
taxes and benefits.
$90,000.
94, I think is what it was.
But I thought when we left last week's meeting, we had said that because of the
97.
deficit,
97?
we were gonna have to drop the salary back down to more like what Adrian had been making.
At that point, you're not affording a full.
No, I get it. No, I get it. And, but that's where I thought we were. So how did we now get $40,000 stronger in 1 year?
No, that's only if you pay off the debts and you're decreasing the amount of retained collections that the the state is taking. So right now, the state is taking $3,000 a month or $3,600 a month out of our collections,
Yeah, the budget.
40-something thousand dollars for a 12-month period. If you remove those debits from the collections of sales tax and those now come into the city, here you go. Some of it's going to go street and roads, but the bulk of it's going to come into the general fund. You're now able to afford that position and recruit at a higher salary level.
I thought that was only gonna get us to the 75.
No, 75, at 75, you have the $20,000 deficit. And you can just take the $20,000 deficit and be done. If you're trying to increase the salary for a stronger recruitment, you're going to have to pay off. Because I don't think it's
Okay, so
feasible to do a
basically-
$40,000 deficit.
is what you're saying, because now I'm starting to get them, right? So, is what you're saying, the plan to pay it all off is the 40,000 base, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
You're
Rough
paying off
estimate. But then
300,
wait,
you're
but
paying
wait,
off
but wait,
300,000.
Wait. The 25,000 run a deficit is Matthew's thing. And then the keep going as is the third one we've been discussing.
So paying off $315,000 in debt that's owed to the state is going to add $40,000 in more collections coming to the city. That would allow you to increase the salary for the city administrator position for full-time above the 75,000 to closing in on 90. That's option, that's kind of
And that's
one.
better than the 2,000 we're getting in interest.
Potentially, I think there's a qualitative trade-off there. But you get the qualitative trade-off, but you also have the increased risk
No
of
rainy day
no
fund.
more cash,
No
of less
rainy-
cash.
We have-
no rainy
We
day
have $408,000 in combined emergency fund and general fund overflow. If we were to pay off what Jared's suggesting, we're paying off all our debt of $315,000. That leaves us with less than $90,000 of cash.
Add in the long-term capital fund if you want. That's another 98,000.
Where's the long-term capital? on
That's
here?
a 98,000 right above the 1 million.
Okay, there we go. So that's
So
500.
200,000
So
and then,
500. So we'd have 200K.
and then you still have your emergency fund.
No, I counted the emergency
Okay.
fund. 255.
Yeah.
255 plus a 153 overflow and then
Okay.
98. So we
Yeah.
have, yeah, I see what you're
3,
getting
4,
at. So we
5.
have 500,000. We're basically gonna give away, we're gonna spend 615,000 just so that on the budget, we can look good, so we can pay someone more money.
And there's a big cash balance right now in our grant funds, and I'm thinking.
Oh,
that's
wait a
gonna-
minute. I would say,
There's a big cash balance in our grant funds that I don't think have been allocated fully yet.
yeah, I know, but don't forget, also, when you do that,
Wait a minute.
We're
let him
gonna lose
finish
interest
saying that.
income.
Wait a minute, let him finish saying what he was just saying.
So if you pull up the read aheads, we're looking at the financial reports from last week and the bank statement cash balances on page, which is the first page. All right. So the math that we're looking at several line items. About middle of the page, right where the cursor is an emergency fund. That's what was funded that emergency fund, $255,000. The next item that we're looking at is the general fund overflow. That is basically an additional cash balance of the general fund. It's $153,000. There you go, right there. That combined is the $400,000 cash. You can add into it the $98,000 long-term capital fund savings amount of 98,000. That brings you into a position of about $500,000. At $500,000, if we're paying off the 310 that we owe to the state, you're left with $200,000, and that's your general fund flow and your emergency all grouped into one. Right now, they're separate. The interesting wrinkle that I mentioned that you paused me on was in Dwayne's figures here, it's also showing 227,000 in the grant funds.
Mm.
And those should have been allocated out by this point. Into a utility fund cash account, long-term capital fund cash account, or a general fund cash account based on the action that the city council took a few weeks ago. Now, if that's the case, when that is the case, I have to work with him to figure out where that's at, what's hasn't been moved yet. Assuming that's all going to the general fund. And then also assuming that we have to be careful because these are cash balances. And then we're going to accrual, we're going from cash accounting to accrual accounting.
Right.
You're going from here's the cash in the bank to here's the checks that I've written. So in terms of checks that are written, the obligations, contract obligations, we still need to go back and make sure that we can cobble together those obligations and report them to the feds and say, yep, we spent all your money. That being true, and assuming that can be true, you might have $700,000. And which would kind of jives with my estimate was about 600,000 or more. It would be up to 660. This suggests that could be up to as high as 700 something. So when you're paying off $300,000, and that's your position is now $400,000 in cash, that's a lot different than only being at $300,000 or $400,000 and paying off the $300,000 debt and being in a cash position of 100, 200, because now you no longer have the benefit of having an emergency fund for emergency response and a liquid cash balance to cover 90 to 120 days operations.
There's another
Right.
wrinkle. We just lost all the interest income.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lost the interest income. And
We
so
lost 30,000, between $25,000 and $30,000 of interest income
And how long of a period?
every year.
Yeah.
So right now, this is why when we did the budget last year, I purposely talked to Dwayne. I talked to you and I talked to Dwayne. I said, I need to know what the lowest balance is going to be in the savings account where we're collecting interest. And then give me an idea what the average is gonna be, because obviously January, February, it's really high, and then it was dwindling down. So we had originally put a budget of interest, which never was available until 2 years ago, and all of a sudden, woohoo, we're making money on our savings, right? So kudos to everyone for putting it in the right account, right? But all of a sudden, we're like, okay, our budgets, we're gonna make at least $30,000. We knew this was conservative, and if you look at the numbers, it's gonna be closer to 40 by the time we're done.
Yep.
It's dwindling right now because this time of year, our balance is dropping as we're spending more than we're not receiving any, obviously, property tax. So we have a little window here, and then come December 1, people start paying again. So we have this little lull, but the nut was, I wanted to make sure that we had no less than 660,000 was the magic number, 600,000 below in this money. If we take out 300,000 of that, you're basically going to take your interest at minimum, whatever our interest income is here, and drop it in half.
Yeah.
Because not all of our money is in the interest income. Only the top half is. The general fund, money that is, the general fund, the 53,000 is not in an interest-bearing account. A lot of these other little accounts are not in interest-bearing accounts. Only the stuff below the line. So below the development fund. Everything else is in just its own little, checking account, doing nothing.
So that's the advantage of running a little slight deficit.
That is, so the net is, Jared's point is, if you pay it off, you're gonna collect $3,600 a month in sales tax increase. But we're gonna lose at least $20,000 in interest, maybe as much as 25. The net is, well, the minimum is 5% of 318,000
yeah, that's what.
is gonna be it's 18, it's basically 18 grand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
That job.
Jared and I have been here longer than anybody. And I remember the
So
conversation.
the effect is, if this was a 0% interest
Wait a minute,
area, that
who's
would work.
talking?
Yes, sir.
Jared and I have been here longer than anybody, and I remember we were in bad shape. And we needed to have a city manager, and I came up with somebody part-time. We got real lucky getting a guy like Jared. and it's worked out, but at that particular time, we could not afford a full-time city manager. Because we were in real dire straits. I mean, it was bad.
And so what are you saying?
I'm just saying, there's another, with our recruiting process, for James' example, I don't know if it's even viable for a city manager. Would it work for you,
I'm not sure we can afford a full-time.
I'm
city
saying I'm
manager.
saying part-time,
Probably need part-time.
and you would know,
Because when you say $75,000, it's really 98.
yeah,
Because when you add the benefits, you've got another.
Yeah.
$30,000.
I will say, we got very, very fortunate, lucky to have Jared and Adrian as a team, and it worked out very well for us. Just by luck, having the right
And to
people.
make the city run efficiently, you really need that third person so that you can find the roles of each person definitively.
Well, you would know more than anybody.
So I thought we were talking about a city administrator, not a city
Yeah.
manager.
That's an administrator.
Okay, so we're using those terms kind of interchangeably.
Yeah, and they're not real.
Well, I'm just a little confused. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Yeah, because I thought if we went to a city manager that we would have to change our structure, our government
Or
structure.
just called a city administrator.
Yeah,
City
they-
administrator is what I meant.
Yeah, you can, a city manager is typically indicative of a manager council form of government. So it helps to you can call them either way, the form of government. You can call them whoever you want to call them. Except for you probably in a manager council form of government, probably not calling them administrator, probably calling them manager. Doesn't mean you can't call somebody who's in a mayor council form of government a manager also. It's just not typical. Typically, you name with the city administrator to signify that difference.
Well, would a city administrator make less money or not necessarily?
Responsibilities is really the same. It's just a matter of whether you have a mayor that you're reporting to or a council that you're reporting to.
So it just has to do with the structure necessarily and who's in charge.
No, it's more than that, actually. It's the structure of the whole city council.
Well, yes, it affects the in terms of the day-to-day operations, it wouldn't affect the matter too much, assuming that the mayor is an inactive mayor.
Okay.
Right, so if the mayor worked a full-time job and wasn't available to volunteer hours at the city to help with the administration of the city, then the duties of an administrator or manager would be almost indistinguishable to a degree. The way that we have been working is we have a volunteer mayor for the past several years, for the past 5 years. And so that's relieving some of the requirement for the city administrator. And so at that point, yes, the roles are very different compared to what I'm doing, what a city manager would be doing in terms of the day-to-day operations. So, and the mayor brings up a good point. There's really 3 job functions that, I mean, in addition to the 3 things that she's mentioning are you need somebody to do the minutes and the clerk stuff. You need somebody to do the building and planning stuff, and you need somebody to handle the administration stuff. What the proposal the way that the city is going forward right now in some of its hiring activities is to have those 3 roles split up by different people so that they're each able to be held accountable and responsible for what they're doing and make sure that the division of labor stays square. So you don't have, so it's not like a toddler's playing soccer game where you have a group of 10 kids massing around the ball instead of everybody spread out and able to play the beautiful game of soccer. So that's what the mayor's referring to. I agree with her. That is it's a good approach to do it that way because it prevents the toddler soccer ball game issue.
Why couldn't you?
It's
That's a little demeaning because like there are a lot of places that would just delineate, these are your duties and these are your duties, and we're all mature professionals that do our job. You don't need to say that it's a toddler soccer game because you divide it in a way that may be more subtle than to say this person, this person, this person.
when you have only a single person who's full-time, by default, they become the point person for everything. And so what we've done is restricted hours, scheduling separately, and not making sure that those people aren't doing those things at the same time. So,
Why can't you just say, this person does this, so you see them on this day when they're here. This person does that, you see them on this day when they're here. This person does this.
Because there's not enough people in the office.
And there is not as much accountability because you're saying to say that the city council factors in with the decision-making, but we haven't had like regular 6-month reviews of the employees. I mean, there's things that have fallen behind because of us not being as engaged with the employees or with the responsibilities or the maintenance or the hiring and all that. I mean, not so much the hiring, but the 6-month reviews, the accountability,
Well,
the
There's
checking
never been
balances.
6-month reviews though.
What?
There's yearly reviews.
Well,
And
even
even-
that,
even annual
that,
reviews,
We haven't done that.
the
really.
count, it would be really bad form for an elected, board to review the employment of people who are not appointed or accountable to that board. So we wouldn't want city council weighing in on how is the utility clerk doing.
Exactly,
That's not. for-
exactly,
Not for
because,
them.
exactly, because we don't know what they do.
Now, but that's different for like the chief of police
Yeah.
or the city manager administrator.
Yeah.
You know, that is where the city council holds them accountable. And then that accountability flows down to their employees.
I agree. Because that's, I mean, we don't know what's, you run the city. The mayor does. I don't know. I know Adrian did a good job, people do their good job. We don't know. I agree with you that I don't think we don't work with these people every day. So I'll leave it at that. So.
So where are we in the big, back us up,
the-
we're like minutia now.
Well, the question was spurred because, Councilmember McGovern brought up a good point. You pay off the debt, you're getting a $40,000 more in collections. However, under the current interest rate environment, you're losing 15 to 20 to maybe as much as $23,000 a year in lost interest. So the net might not be the full 40 that we'd expect it to be. There's a cost in there of paying off the debt because you're losing interest. Because you're getting interest essentially on $300,000 of cash. Not just the 40,000. But it's still a net balance positive of $25,000,
No, the whole amount is only 36,000, it's 2,000, but 1,500 a month.
What's that?
The payback is less than 2,100 a month.
No, the payback is for all debts.
No, you start with just the 50,
So the-
2,100 a month.
Wait, speak loud enough, we cannot hear.
The $50,000 is paid over 24 months. It's roughly $2,070,
Yeah.
whatever.
Shy of 2,100.
So that's that. If you pay that off or ignore it, you can't. Where you're also getting the benefit is the roughly $1,500 a month that you are currently paying for the traffic ticket debt. So that 2,000 plus the 1,500 ends up being about 3,600 of
3,600.
uncollected sales tax.
Sounds like we gotta start a GoFundMe page.
So that's
Well,
that's,
at this
actually,
point-
this is the benefit of having cash on hand is you have some of these flexibilities and decisions to make.
I mean, we need to know how to make more money for this town, though. I mean, it has been so slow. Duets is helping out a lot, but with the
Increase,
additional personnel, couldn't we say, oh, let's have an art festival, let's do a park festival? I mean, we don't even have the manpower to even be creative, to even work with the businesses we have, to even figure out how to even make more money. And
I
we're
think we
not
are
even
making
doing
more.
that now.
I-
We're
I
not even
didn't say-
doing that now.
I
We're
disagree.
struggling.
I disagree. I totally disagree.
I think we could make a lot more money. This
We-
town could
We
make a
got
lot
Park
more money.
Mobile. We're making money on Park Mobile. We'll eventually have parking at Skulls. We're making money.
That's part-
That's all to do with the park. That doesn't
But
have to
still,
do.
that's income.
it is income, Mike, you're
It
right.
is
But
income.
there are other things in addition to parking fees that we could do.
What I'm saying is, I'm just saying, I don't like this negativity about the city. I think a city, I'm proud of
We're
what.
not trying to be negative.
Well,
We're
he's been
trying to,
neg- I'm just
no,
saying- I'm just
no,
saying-
we're
I
trying
just,
to think of.
I've been here
how we
long,
can be
okay, I've been
bigger.
here longer than
We
anybody.
know that,
And I've seen the city almost be broke.
right.
And we
And
gotta.
we're doing good and we wanna
we're
keep
doing-
doing
Yeah, we're
good.
doing good.
We
And I
wanna
just,
keep doing
I just
better.
wanna, I don't like putting the city down because
We're not,
I'm,
nobody's
oh,
putting the city down.
well, I thought that was a put down because I am proud of what this city has done.
We are too.
But I've been here a long
We are
time
too.
and I
We
think
know that.
we're not perfect,
No,
but we have come
we're working
light
hard.
years
We are working
since I've
hard.
got elected in 18.
And
I'll
we
leave
just
it
wanna
there.
keep working.
Well, we
That's all.
are.
We are, and this is a conversation
Exactly.
to help us enhance that.
I agree.
And figure out,
But
how can we
I just,
expand it?
I just,
Nobody's insulting anybody, we're just
I'm
saying,
not
we're
insulting,
doing
or
good.
insulting the city. I'm just
we're
saying,
doing good. We're
I'm
just
really-
trying to think of ways to
Okay.
expand.
I'm just saying, I'm really proud of what the city's done
Right on,
to this point.
yes,
You know, thanks to Jared and other
Yep.
folks. I mean, the
Yep.
mayor, I
right?
mean, Tommy, I mean, we've done a lot.
A lot.
So I disagree with Mr. Clinton that
You can,
that we need more money. We do, but we're a growing city and we're improving. I think it's, everything's good. I mean, we got issues, granted, but we got a surplus of income. We got surplus money.
okay,
I mean, I came to the point, it was bad with Brandy Bunker's administration. It was bad, real bad.
To make transformational change, you're gonna have to increase the tax base.
Yeah.
And you're gonna need more people engaging in commerce within the city.
Correct.
So either more people are engaging in commerce in the city because they're attracted to downtown and they come here, or they live here. Either of those things, it requires population growth in some manner. Something for a city to consider when we have these developers come in and talk to us, right? So,
When
and
we went to the training, they talked about all these different ways to raise money and to create these different districts where you could get grant, I don't know.
yeah, so there are a lot of district-based ways to get money, but those are most useful for cities that are established, or cities that are growing who are working with developers to establish those districts. Neither of those things are available to us. Yeah, tax reinvestment zone or public improvement district or some of these things that are available, we've approached developers with, pushed them on it. Some of them have been open to it, some haven't. Those items work typically because you're seeing growth and you're capitalizing some of that growth to fund that growth. But when you're in a stagnant environment, there's no more money coming in to start churning that machine. And
Well, this may be completely irrelevant, but what worries me about the budget is it sounds like to me, sometimes we're saying we have money, but we don't have somewhere to spend it, or we haven't spent it when we needed to spend it, and now we might lose it.
So
that's not true?
I understand that some of all those things can be true depending on your point of view.
Okay, well,
So-
that's just the kind of thing that worries me.
All right, so here's.
How do we prevent that?
Let's start with this sheet. The sheet that's on the board, this is our cash balance. Our total cash balance for the city is we have $1 million in cash. We have a ton of money. Yay. When we go to our budget sheet, our budget next year is projected revenues of 6,050 and our projected expenditures of 6,080. There's a $30,000, $20,000 deficit. Oh no, the budget is broke. So both those things are true at the same time. And then getting on to not spending money, having money, not spending it, that kind of gets into the year of the execution of the budget after it's been passed. And so that's kind of a third lens to look at it. And that sometimes is true in areas like park maintenance. A lot of times when we get to the end of the year, there's a unspent budget authority there. Or in street and road, sometimes there's a unspent budget authority there. So those things happen. So a lot of those unspent budget authorities at the end of the year, those create budget surpluses, feed back into the $1 million. And that's how that $1 million is really grown. It's the unspent surpluses.
Really, well, I'm starting to really be glad I don't really have a whole ton of money.
What's that?
I'm starting to really be glad I don't like make a whole ton of money. This is
Yeah.
sounding really complicated.
Really, $1 million isn't that much for a budget
No.
of a town. I'm not.
Well, our budget's
impressed
nowhere
by
close.
that, Really.
Our budget,
I'm not.
our general fund budget is only 600 something thousand.
I mean, personally, I'm glad I don't
That's not
have
impressive to
a
me
lot
at
of
all. It's not.
No, I'm saying for me, this sounds complicated if you have a lot of money, not the city, for me as a personal individual. Don't think I'll ever
I
have this
think, and they
budget
correct,
problems.
I think San Marcos is having a problem, big problem right now. They've lost revenue. The outlet mall, their sales tax revenue, they're going through lots of issues. San Marcos.
Well, I bet.
Yeah,
if we look
but
at any
I don't know if
city-
they're losing 20% of their sales tax the way that we're losing 20% of our sales tax.
You're correct. But I'm saying,
Reality is, like you said, ultimately, it's a really darn bad problem to be in. We have lots of cash and we're still trying to squeeze every nickel out of the budget and be perfect and not go into a massive deficit. You know what I mean? This is a good problem to be in. You know what I mean? So, you know, knock on whoever's been here for the last 10 years, improving what Randy started with is good mojo.
yeah,
Right? I mean, some of it's been just darn good luck by getting some grants, but all of it, ultimately, it's about being fiscally responsible, you know, being smart, you know?
For example, we want to do a zero discharge treatment plan. And we have a grant and we got to provide 20%, might be $100,000. Man, we got the money to put into a long-term project, something like that. That's what's so good about having that excess in case we have to have a matching grant.
Yeah,
You
so
know?
where you're getting flexibility in a budget, you're losing flexibility in
Yes.
the overall position. So that's a trade-off. I'm kind of with Matthew is I think the risk avoidance by retaining that money and going with a deficit makes a lot of sense to me. But it's a political poison pill that would have to be swallowed, and one that I'm not frankly that excited about. Would never propose, but I think it's a word.
So when I come up for reelection, it'll be a topic.
Well, I
And
mean,
anyone who's willing to have a discussion, I can explain it in a very simplistic term and realize that the following year, if we say we're doing this, it's not gonna be as much because we're gonna pay 5 or 6 months of it off this year. Okay, so it's 25, if you will, 24 something next year, let's say 25, and the year after that, it would be 17, 18, if not less. So, to me, it's like the mayor said, it's just like a car. You know, if they're gonna offer it to you 0% interest, you're not giving a cash discount, which they're not.
See, we're not the federal government. The federal government can print money, you know, and they have that ability. We
Yeah.
don't. We have to be fiscally responsible.
We are really not running a deficit. We're just paying something off in a creative way. That's essentially what we're doing.
In your opinion.
Yes. Yes.
Does that help, Taryn?
yes, Doesn't help me make a decision.
Are you getting flexibility in a budget
right.
for the cost of losing flexibility in your overall financial standing? Or not?
I'm always gonna take the interest income
Exactly.
at 5%. I'm gonna take.
I'm
it.
agreeing with, I'll say, I'll put it on the record.
If there was no interest income, that'd be a whole nother discussion, but
Man,
the interest income is at least $15,000 and the gain is, what'd you say it was gonna be 37,000. So it's basically a $22,000 positive for us to not do, you know what I mean? For us to write, it doesn't make sense.
Can we table this until late? Like, is there more than just this question that we
Well,
need to
it-
get through?
yeah,
Because,
I
like,
think-
If we have a lot more, can we come back and take a break mentally from this?
I mean, this is, yeah, we can take a break from this. It's really for your benefit, for when
Okay.
you submit the budget, having council consensus. It sounds to me, I don't think it's gonna, on this issue, probably gonna happen tonight. Probably a conversation going forward, for next week.
Or later, but like, if we've still got 3 hours left of more conversation, could we just do that and maybe then come back and talk about this again? We're not getting anywhere.
So, yes,
So when you look at the budget calendar, that's what he's talking about. So
I know.
next Thursday, we get to deal with the budget again.
Mhm,
it would be anything unresolved.
right.
So what we can do for.
So we have more time.
So we have, yeah, for the remainder of this evening, we can go through the revenue, other revenue items. And then go through the general fund expense items and see if there's, regardless of how we situate this out, whether there's recommended changes to me.
That would be helpful. I just need a mental shift.
You want to take a break right now for a couple minutes?
No, no, I just need
I
a
can
mental
use
shift
both.
of the conversation.
That could be useful.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break?
I don't care about that. I mean, if people want to, that's fine, but
5-minute break, okay? How about that? Okay, 5-minute break. Go get a drink. Once it's open.
I wouldn't mind a drink.
Yeah, I'll get a drink.
I don't think it
Are you still there? Technically.
You gave that up easily.
Audio and video are back.
That's how it works. He is the mayor right now.
We're live, man.
I think he just called you a monkey. Or he called us a monkey. Wait a minute.
Back from break.
Okay, we're back in session.
All right, we want to go back to the agenda packet.
Mhm.
Yeah. What are
We
those?
got two bears.
Page 3.
That works.
All right, so, that got us through, sales tax.
Oh,
2.5 hours.
There's really not much more to discuss on this, unless there's specific questions from council. I'll tell you that franchise fees, these are payments made by utility providers who rent the right of way from us utility poles. And then the land use building permits, those are fees that we collect for, people who are doing building and planning things. So that's really a swag number, a wild guess number, but based on some historical datas. Then when we get to interest, we kind of talk through interest environment with earlier discussion and also last week. I think everybody's comfortable that we earn money on interest, and this is a relative, I won't say it's ultra conservative, it might be slightly aggressive estimate of where the interest rate could be, but it's going to be within probably 10% of that estimate of $40,000. Continuing down the page to.
page are we on?
We're on page 3 of the agenda packet. This is still the revenue. We're looking in the first column with numbers, with dollar figures, with the commas. These are some smaller figures, credit card usage fees, judgment restitution. These are somewhat miscellaneous items that come in to see. The next one is court fines and fees revenue. So this one is where we've kind of talked about it already. I don't think we made a change last. Well, yeah, we're going to possibly change that one down to 85,000 from 100,000. But we can get to what that looks like. Where this is revenue generated out of the court. Revenue generated out of the court as a function of people paying their traffic citations and other citations that have fees. $100,000 is probably a little bit high. I'll be frank with you. We're going through it, I was hoping that June would have better payments. I think we're on projecting this year probably to land around $85,000.
Oh.
We could use that figure in here as our revenue projection. However, I still think we can get close to that $100,000 mark by having automated payments, people paying online, making it easier to pay. We're going to see our revenue capture significantly improve.
Are we close to that, getting that through?
We had about 10 days, week ago from Monday. So 10 days ago, had a in-depth demonstration of a vendor who integrates with our clerkbook system. It's still somewhat of a fresh integration. Clerkbooks is really targeted to small cities, so not a lot of payment systems targeted to small cities. Most of them are optimized for other accounting softwares. We found one that works with ours. We had a demonstration. It looked really good. We had some questions and follow-up on the court side, because most of all of the court fees use a different accounting system than our general fund utility. Just keeps them segregated, it integrates with the ticket writing system. And so we asked them to explore ways to come back and let us know what they can do there. But looks feasible. We've talked to other cities who use the accounting software that the court uses and has integrated with this company that does online payments. And they just have a slightly more manual process where you run a report at the end of day and the beginning of the day. And that helps keep the balances on. What it won't show is if you pay your fee at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's not going to show up as being posted. You shouldn't expect it to show up to be posted until 24 hours. You just have to make sure you put those disclaimers when we're doing this. And that we have staff that make that a routine and it's not missed, and you're making sure that those postings happen.
Mhm.
You have to download Excel files, upload Excel files, download Excel. So it's just, other cities do it. They do it for much larger population, for more complex issues. They use it for a lot of things. And they've made it work. I think we can do it in a court. So yes, we've made progress. I think we have a path forward, and we'll hopefully, maybe not next month, but maybe in September, by the time we're doing budget, we should have that teed up, ready to go for council consideration.
So will that be on a separate, like, line item showing online or any kind of?
Yeah, so
So it's working, that we're getting income.
where it wouldn't show up on the revenue side, but it would show up on the expense side. We can talk to what account that would get associated with.
Well, you could kind of see how we're doing.
Yeah. But there's no fee to the city for people to pay. It's kind of like Park Mobile in that sense, where the fee is paid by the customer. Where the city doesn't have a lot of leverage because we have a very low customer base, so we're going to get charged a higher cost per transaction. How we also automate check payments in the utility environment can let our residents avoid those fees. The really fees on the credit card, and also their own check matching system. They guarantee the funds up the moment that somebody pays. And they bear the risk of the collection if there's a bounce. In order to do that, they charge a premium to the customer who's using the service. They're a little bit higher, frankly, than normal. You're going to see like what might be a 2.5% to 3% fee be like a 4% fee with a company like this, which if you're paying large bills, it can be significant. You're paying, on a $200 traffic ticket or $250 traffic ticket, it's extra $10 on us or something. So that could be a turnoff for some folks. But you're still going to be paying. If you call in, you're still going to be paying. You just have to be comfortable with those type of fees being paid. In the court environment, they don't take personal checks. So it's that or a money order. Some people
The convenience factor.
but the convenience factor, I think, is going to help our collections.
Would the online bill payment reduce the amount of labor costs that we're paying in the court system?
Yeah, and that's what we spent a lot of time talking about last time, and that's a good segue to page 4 if you want, Deanna. Unless there's any more questions on rev. Actually, real quick, I'll put a pin in that real quick. General fund revenue, what's not showing on general fund revenue is park mobile fees. Park mobile fees right now are a special revenue fund for the parks only, and we'll get to that in a minute. However, if the city council were to institute park mobile in other locations like downtown, Skull Bridge, or just about anywhere else, those would be a general fund revenue item. So if city council has a desire or intent to make that policy change, say Skulls Bridge, for example, my back of the napkin has that revenue generated close to $10,000 a year. 7 would be really conservative, 10 is like middle, and you might get as high as 12. So if there's a policy decision that council wants to indicate that they want to budget for, now this isn't going to pass, nothing we're doing tonight is passing an ordinance or instituting a fee, but for budget setting purposes only, there's consensus on putting Park Mobile we can add that to this revenue line item and take some pressure off the expenses as well.
But let me ask about that because you said Skull Bridge as an example, and it isn't a park. Currently, as the butterfly habitat exists, there's several trees that are about to actually fall down and block the roadway. So initially, to make that a income generating asset, it's gonna cost several $1,000s to even clear the parking lot, to clear the hillside. So
I
how?
disagree.
There's trees that are falling down in the
It has nothing to do
butterfly
with the park.
habitat. And the mayor has even mentioned herself the necessity of cutting out a lot of the vegetation in the parking lot. Plus, there's no street light there, there's no transformer, so we are gonna have to have some cost to get that a more than a less primitive space and a safe place. Because, I mean, you're just saying, oh, it's gonna make 7,000 to 10,000. Perhaps, but not initially. I have
I'm
been,
not talking the net, I'm talking the gross. On just the revenue side, yes,
There's
you're
already-
right. There might be expenses on the expense side, but purely on the revenue side of the budget, it would be somewhere 7 to 12.
Yeah, there's already a parking lot there. There's already a parking lot.
there's no trail system, there's no stairs,
Well,
it's
there's a
very
there's already a
primitive.
parking.
I don't wanna get
It's
off
okay,
topic.
it's
Just the
okay, let's
revenue.
just let's just
I don't wanna
focus.
get off topic.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah, just
expressing
pointing it
that,
out.
that
Yeah.
concern. I'm pointing it out. I'm not asking for a discussion about this.
Yeah,
Is that something we want to add in the budget on the general fund?
not yet.
What do you think, Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't even really consider that yet because we don't
Well,
know
we
how much
voted
it's
it
gonna
in
cost to get it ready to start generating.
No,
income.
no, disagree.
Well, you have a point, but we're just talking about revenue right
Revenue.
now. And then there'll be a deficit on the other side. Especially the first year, when you first clean it up, there are trees and things that are gonna have to be hauled out of there. Somebody cut down a tree and just dumped it on the side of the road and it hasn't been taken
Because it was
out.
a
That was me.
No, my point, Mayor, is you can already do
I would
parking
love
right
to see
now.
that.
Yeah, you
You
can.
can already do parking and get paid parking. We
Yeah.
can start that tomorrow if we had.
Well, and next Thursday, we're gonna deal with an ordinance that, is gonna finish putting that in place.
Okay. I mean, you already got a built-in parking lot already.
Right.
To clean it up's a good thing eventually. And you'll have money to do it with.
Do you feel comfortable adding it to your budget?
Yes,
Going next to expenses. So yeah, we talked about expenses. Is this chart, this page that we're looking at here, page 4 of the agenda packet, this combines salaries, wages from all departments. So this isn't looking at it by court or by admin. I think we're all pretty well versed in that conversation. I don't think it's worth going into. Here is where, as we look at expenses though, to Councilmember Cloud's point, if we go to a part-time city administrator, there's going to be a reduction in the budgeted salary. And so the question is, do we want to budget at a part-time position or budget at a full-time position? And then you can always budget at the higher and
Yeah.
staff at the lower is probably,
I would like that flexibility.
And that's prudent.
yeah.
any thoughts? Okay, in that case, these numbers wouldn't change and this still assumes the same advertised salary that we're using in our recruitment now. And the associated costs at that salary. The next one, is going to get into some of the smaller items before we get to contract services. So staff development, training, education, and local meals and travel. Close to what they have been in the past, somewhat less than the budget value of last year. Unless there's any questions there, I'll continue on. Maintenance and repairs. So this is in the general fund. What you see here is the right of way open space. this is paying for the green space in Hobson Ranch, the Fannin Street lots along our roads, mowing those up. And other, non-park landscaping requirements. Building and maintenance, vehicle maintenance, that includes, because we're not looking at this across departments, this is a police department expense, really. And then, in this draft of the budget, the street improvement maintenance is only $10,000 out of the general fund, where in years prior, that had been closer to $20,000. And that is an area I want to point out for council, because that's a significant priority in our communities, street and roads.
No, why
And
is that?
it helped the budget balance, and it's augmented with the sales tax that we already talked about. So in years past, we've tried to get to about $40,000 in street and road maintenance. For a couple of years, we haven't quite reached that. We haven't fully expended those budgeted authorities. Part of it is the timing of how things happen, the amount of expenses we are allowed to incur on a single item. So with the purchasing authority of only $3,000, we can only do so much in quick succession, and then sometimes there's just an administrative lag to getting those things in. So
In our
I
last,
feel we haven't been able to fully execute $40,000, not in the last couple of years.
our last,
Street improvement and maintenance, we haven't been able to? Would you explain that in any more detail?
Yeah, so when we have tried several pothole filling techniques and some
Stop.
overlays. We've used, oftentimes what we find is we fix the pothole as it exists today, but the area around the pothole is still crumbling. And so now right next to and adjacent to your pothole, it crumbles out and starts to break into the pothole you just fixed, or now you have a new pothole that just created
It
there.
just washes away whatever you're putting in the
Oh,
pothole.
yeah, especially if you're talking about,
Water crossing.
here over by the
School.
schoolhouse.
No, anywhere. I mean, I'm talking about on Jennings is awful. Every street is awful.
Yeah. Well, a lot of those ones
Except for
back there
Lockhart
are almost there's some of those potholes are really just ruts in the road that we can't remediate, which is pothole filling.
Right,
But we keep
we-
doing it.
right.
But
What are we
keep
doing?
it.
Over and over, we're just spending all this money on nothing.
Yep.
You
It's
pretty much
whack-a-mole.
have to, some of it though, because otherwise you lose your car in some of those potholes.
it's a patch, it's just,
It's just a
Band-Aid.
patch.
So the only times where we've been able to really remediate pothole issues is when we come in with a contractor and do an asphalt overlay.
like Lockhart.
Like Lockhart, yes, as an example.
That was our last,
Or we've come in and done, like the entrance to Hobson Ranch was pretty bad for a while, and it took coming in and just repaving the whole entrance in order to fix it, because that was a spot where we were fixing potholes all the time, and there's new potholes are breaking all the time. And so it really, you're not making a lot of improvement. To get to that point, we kind of lucked out in that way, because we contracted with a company who did it on the cheap, because they had some extra material and went running around looking for extra work. It happened. But
Right
when
now,
you're going to the overlay mix things, you're in a contracting activity. You have to just clearly define the scope of work. You have to lay it out,
Lots
go
of
out,
money.
find vendors. It's not necessarily money, it's just time. When you're like, how much do we want to keep?
I think if you ask
Working
the
on that problem.
residents, they would like it very much.
And then the problem is, if you do one of those, like the Hobson Ranch overlay or something along that line, before we did the Lockhart Strait repaving, we had done some cut and fix. You're looking at about $10,000 a job, $40,000, you're only getting 3 or 4 jobs,
Yeah, and then the next
But
year you
then-
get 3 and 4 more, and then you
While-
get 3
But then you
more.
don't have money to do the pot.
then you don't have money to do the potholes.
Right, but I think if people could get their freaking streets fixed even minimally, instead of just everyone hates the pothole fixing. Everyone hates the pothole fixing. And every meeting I've ever been in this town, street improvement is the biggest thing.
Yep.
So no, not just, like, we need to do something different. Doing what we've been doing isn't working.
But we
We need
do
a
have the
total
north,
plan.
we do have the Northwest River Road project.
That will
That's-
help Northwest River Road.
That will help, that will help. That's a main entrance.
That's one street.
Huh?
Probably
That's
spend
one street.
probably $7,000 or $8,000 a year in just pothole repairs in that spot.
Yeah.
That's a patch.
Yeah.
It's always been.
So let's figure out like what else. Like I know that Adrian was talking about there's a potential bond for Caldwell County. What
Yep.
streets are we gonna work on that with? Like we need a plan more than just like, we can't seem to spend 40 grand.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
I asked to have every street fixed and he said, well, you've got to narrow it down.
Yeah, so what are we gonna do?
So I asked from Quail Run to Highway 80. And so they put that in the bond issue and I'm hoping to have Hoppy Hayden come and speak to us at one of
That'd
our
be
next
great.
meetings.
You need it. You need a county-wide bond in order to, it's going to be $1 million project.
Oh, yeah, millions and millions.
They
it-
budgeted $2.25 million to just fix that amount of road.
Mhm.
Because it needs not just the repair, I mean, it needs redoing, it needs widening. Especially if you're gonna have all those crazy buses all the time tearing it up.
Mhm.
And then for the rest of the neighborhoods, the Lockhart Street was about 1,000 linear feet and it cost about $100,000.
Mhm.
It was 2,000.
130,000.
2,000.
100,
It was 2,000 feet. The Lockhart Street.
all right, yeah, maybe it's 2,000.
It was 2,000.
But
I was
anyways,
involved with that
it
one.
was extremely expensive. And that's to do a very simple overlay that you're not fixing any of the structural problems and you're just putting lipstick on a pig.
No,
Well-
no, the potholes is putting lipstick on a pig.
Well-
Lockhart is significantly better than it
Yeah,
was.
I'm proud of Lockhart.
Potholes aren't lipstick on a pig. That's a Band-Aid on a boil.
Yeah. Lockhart was a fix. Lockhart was a fix. The road's not that wide. Lockhart that was one of my proud accomplishments. I was proud of the
And it
overlay.
should be.
But again, that was $100,000 and that was a simple.
But
To
see,
make-
we're
to
not
make our
ever
streets-
gonna have we're not ever going to have $8 billion drop into our laps that we just go, oh, now we'll fix all the roads at once. We need some sort of a plan on what we're gonna do with these roads because they are disintegrating. So just sitting here going, we can't spend
It's a problem.
20,000.
You're correct. It is a problem.
So what are we doing?
It's
Well, I
money.
know-
Everybody just goes, oh, I don't know. Oh, I
Mayor
don't know.
Davini had quite a good, he had done quite an extensive road research and was.
Yeah, but
coming
nothing
up
got
with a
done.
plan.
But
And nothing's been done.
The biggest thing, the two biggest, I know this well, the two biggest things that ever done in this town was Quail Run, Randy Bunker's administration, and Lockhart Street. All the rest have always been patch jobs, pothole repair. Fortunately, Northwest River Road, we'll get that done, and if we get the bond, we'll have all the way from,
That's all, all right.
yeah, but that is a major entrance into the town, you know? I mean, that's a big step, you know? But I agree with you. The roads are terrible, but it's all about the money.
I know it's all about the money and it's always gonna be about the money. But we
So
still have to
how do we get the
something.
money?
I
We get
think
grants?
We need, people don't give you grants to make your streets. You can't just ask for free money for everything. Sometimes you gotta work for it, sometimes
Well,
you gotta
we
budget
did,
for it.
well, we're all.
Sometimes you have to plan a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan or some kind of plan so that eventually one day you have an answer besides give me the money and I'll do it.
Well, that's what we did, Laura, with the Lockhart one, they had been saying.
And what's our next plan?
For 3 years.
So let's do that again.
Well, that's why we say, let's not spend all our cash.
That's not what you told me. That is not how this conversation started. That is not how the conversation started. The conversation started with, we just fill in potholes and we can't spend all the money.
You ask, well, what is the plan and how do we save the money? And that's kind of what they had done for several years. they had saved money,
Money.
like $30,000 to $40,000 each year until they got enough to do Lockhart Street. So yeah, the pothole filling is annoying, to just go around and do those. And we have tried a number of things. Each mayor has. And it's expensive.
It is expensive. There's no doubt about
And
that.
I hate spending that $40,000 every year just filling potholes when I would love to go out and just completely build a street. I would love to build Gonzalez Street. It needs straightening out, but that one street is projected to be like $500,000 just to Crockett.
Then you talk about it, to do it to spec, you're gonna have a water easement, then you gotta compensate property, and it goes
Yeah.
on and on and on.
So
Right on.
you have to decide to what level
Yeah.
too. So the overlays work to a certain point, and they probably would work well for the city streets.
If the
Because
road
that's
is-
really all that people really want in this downtown area is the overlays.
But that's just a prime example of how we could use additional personnel. As Jared said, we are lacking in that for a city manager or a city administrator to sort of keep up on these things and keep track of these things and proceed and have a plan, as she's saying.
You gotta
from
have
one
money,
year to
Sam.
the
You gotta
next.
have
I'm still
But
talking.
you gotta have somebody making a plan for how you're going to get the money. The money
what-
is not
that's what
gonna
it-
fall out of the sky.
But that's what I did. That was my campaign, river roads and parks.
Right.
And I pushed it for
I think
3
we
years.
need to get that
So we're
going.
off subject. I mean, I know about roads.
We're not off subject. It's part of our budget.
We're talking about
But we got a little bit. We got very little.
And we're looking at the budget, and if you want to suggest moving these around, we'll certainly.
Well, again, we do have Northwest River Road gonna be done, and we have the road
It's gonna
bond.
be done in bits and pieces, one from
Yep.
part of it.
And hopefully
the
we'll
bond
get-
Goes through.
And hopefully we'll get the bond from Caldwell County. That will be huge. That'll be all the way to 80.
When is Northwest Road supposed to start? I thought it was
Well,
supposed to start
Right
in
now,
June.
we're in the phase of going back and asking for easements from the residents. Soon as we get done with that, then,
I thought we were doing that months
That was
ago.
last year.
That was
Yeah.
months ago.
well, we're into the next round. And so.
Because
once
of
we're
lack
done
of
with that, then
personnel,
we'll
it's
No,
go
not
it
back.
has
happening
nothing to
as
do with lack of
quickly.
personnel.
Okay.
It has to just do with it. It just takes forever to get things done.
This is not the staff here.
It's not
This is-
staff. It's
This is
nothing. It's about
this is the engineer and the.
engineer and the grant
And the grant
writer. It's all
writers.
complicated, you know?
I've been waiting.
I'm waiting on my letter.
Yeah,
You ain't got your letter yet?
I ain't got my letter yet.
so I know about it now.
Because they asked for an ungodly amount to do their appraisals and I lost my S on them. Yeah.
Probably
That's a
so.
whole nother.
They probably think they have it at the right place and there's nobody following up on it. So.
Yes, there is.
I haven't heard a report recently about it at all.
Nothing
in
at
months.
all in
So I don't
months.
know who's
Well, you got one
following up.
right now.
I would like to hear
We're-
updates and how things are getting
The
followed.
letters have been
She didn't told
sent.
you, Sam. He sent the letters.
Mike,
And-
stop. Let her talk.
Just-
The letters have been sent to the residents, except for the ones that are gonna need appraisals. If they're over $10,000 by, I don't know if it's. Is it in the
You don't.
grant
fully know.
ordinance or what? But if it's over $10,000, they have to do an appraisal, and that slowed down their letters. So there's some neighbors that we're dealing with one-on-one and just talking to, and we've gotten okays from a couple of the neighbors. Anyway, once we get done with that process, then we'll be able to go out for bids and actually start the project.
So it could possibly happen first quarter of 25.
I'm hoping that, in the next 30, 45 days, we can get all of the easements cleared.
So realistically, first quarter 25, we could break, right?
By that time, the costs would have changed so much though, because we've seen the costs go up and up and up, and every few months that we
Well,
wait.
not so much now. There was a big, huge drop after COVID,
So
but now things have kind of settled down and actually come back down a little
Do you
bit.
wanna track that, track the lumber price? Lumber price is very low right now. So
Yeah.
there, if you the other is to ask San Marcos about the sales tax. Their sales tax are way down on building materials is one of their big customers inside the city, and it's way down. So it's not quite as bleak, I
Yes.
think, as we, it's stabilized.
Trust me.
Mayor, maybe would it be possible that like as a recurring agenda item, we just have a quick update, even if there's not any progress on any of like the grants or ongoing progress, ongoing projects that we're doing? Could we have just like a little, oh, here's a 2-sentence update on what's happening with the River Road project or where we are with this, just so that we don't feel like we're behind the ball and don't know anything if somebody asks? That would be really helpful. It could be really simple.
And that's kind of what Turk did this last time.
Right, he did a very nice job with the other thing. I just meant an ongoing, just so that we stay up to date on whatever, even if there's no progress or even if there is. Then when people ask about it, which they do, you can say, oh, instead of going, oh, I don't know, I haven't heard in a long time. We can say, oh, at the last council meeting, they said, here's where we are. Or no more progress has been made, or.
Well, the engineers had to kind of re-engineer a lot of the.
Yeah. I know, but just say that. See, there you go. There's your update.
Laura, trust me, it took me three years to get the overlay on Lockhart.
We moved on.
I mean, I'm just saying, for my
Right.
personal experience, how
Right.
long it takes.
I know.
That was a
believe it.
fairly.
I understand. I'm just asking if it could be an ongoing update and she can just say, nothing's happening, or we're getting our last easements purchased, or we're doing whatever, just so when people ask about it in town, you can say, oh yeah, I know, here's what happened with that.
Okay.
Yeah, the key is people aren't satisfied with the roads. We don't have the budget to resurface them.
Yes.
So we fill potholes so that we don't break axles. We can't make the road smoother. We don't have the money. If we want to make the road smoother, have more people paying taxes.
Now, one thing I will say, once we do the Northwest River Road, that potholes will be eliminated.
So that's why
Yeah.
when there's developers coming.
Yeah.
It's
Work with them.
work with them.
I will give you one more update. Lanzola has not finished the subdivision. They've kind of run out of money and they didn't come up with the bond so far.
So see, put that on your little update. Yeah. There was one time Adrian did a thing and it went out in I think it was in the utility bill. And it just had 6 squares. And it had all 6 grants that we had going at that time.
I did that.
One time, the mayor did this little thing and it just had 6 squares. And it had each one of the grants that we had. And it just gave a quick update of what it was and where we are. That was so helpful. That was good. That was excellent. Thank you for that. I appreciate the knowledge. Anything
Yeah.
else?
So why is it, you can make it 20,000 instead of 10,000, but you're not going to get a substantial improvement on the roads.
Right,
You're just no.
absolutely. Not gonna happen.
If
So
that's the
let's
case,
just blow it off. Gotcha. I'm with you. We're done. Moving on.
I wouldn't call it blowing it off. I would say, let's be realistic and because we put money in a hole, we're not going to be able to show any improvement that is noticeable in terms of a smooth drive.
Right on.
Until we go and do like we did before the overlay on Lockhart Street, repave it, or like we did in Hobson Ranch entrance, repave it.
Yep.
And those are even to do small projects, tens of thousands, and then like the mayor said, even to do 700 feet on Gonzalez was what, $500,000. Crazy.
Mhm.
So
Actually, Lockhart was kind of a bargain, I thought. I was proud of that one. But that would be more now, probably.
Of
But
course.
again, I don't understand. It's just roads are a problem. So we just don't have them.
all right.
Go ahead.
Continuing on, so we're getting into equipment expenses. This is-
Wait, excuse me, 5211, you've got park maintenance and cleaning, you have no monies there, and then you've got 5,000 or 7,000 for what years or those? And how does that pertain to the general fund amounts that were given to the park? How is that line item different?
Oh, yes.
And why is it saying landscaping and cleaning? And it's not a component of the whole 24,000. What are those line items of 5 and 7,000? What years? Could we go to the top of the page and see what?
Oh, yeah,
what that is?
5,000 is, that you're seeing here is the expenditures to date. And then the sum is, the last column is the projected end of year projection. But those numbers are widely inaccurate and frankly, in the wrong spot.
I thought we were paying for the $2,000 a month for the landscape company out of the general fund and so it would appear that it would be a bigger expense than that if we've been paying.
There's only about 2 months. This is through May. It doesn't cover it. And it's using a linear formula to do the projection. And I didn't manually change that projection. So if that's $2,000 or $5,000 through May, June, July, August, September, there's probably another $10,000 coming out of that. Soon. So it's going to be about 15,000.
So conceptually, there could be $7,000 or $8,000 left in the park money from the general fund.
In the current year of execution.
Okay.
Um,
Would there be any way, as we've done in the past, if that money is not spent in the general fund and then in the park fund and then it goes back to the general fund, that it could be then put back into the park fund as we've done the following year? Or is it just always going to be lost to the general fund?
So any unexpended revenue that's not in a restricted account goes in the general fund surplus, which is the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we discussed earlier about what to do or not to do. Any given year, we're budgeting a different budget. Think about it this way: any unspent funding goes back to the treasury.
Okay.
You know, we might do a different approach to like large park items. If you come up with something that you want to do, it could be considered a capital. I think, couldn't
Yeah.
it be a capital improvement? Something that you would want to do, say like all the trails and stuff that the Parks Advisory Board is talking about right now. That's probably not gonna cost all that much, but say it's $10,000 to clear all the fields and put stones or whatever they wanna do out there.
Get a grant.
Well, and you're more likely to get a grant for a park than you are to fix roads.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's not a bad idea. But that's another option instead of just having it in the designated fund.
A lot of times parks are going to have a high matching contribution,
Mhm.
even up to
50%.
100%.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So,
That's why it's good to have a surplus.
one of the things I talked about, so in this draft budget, let's go to, well, I guess we don't need to because it's not there. Following pages, on pages 6, I think. Yeah, here you can see it broken out, you can pause there, broken out between administration, finance, general government, municipal court, public safety. Had further discussions with Dwayne this last week, and his advisement, and I think council would probably be in line with this, is to have a separate department for the parks. Because there's not just to your point, Sam, there's not just the cleaning and landscaping. There's electricity, there's utility costs and other things. There's other maintenance activities, the porta potties and other stuff. So with that, in the revised budget, you're going to see the parks as a department to account for all those costs in different places. Right now, going back to page 4 is probably the right way to look at the general fund. So to address your concerns, 5211, thank you for pointing it out. I happened to look over it. park and landscape cleaning. What this is saying is that no money is budgeted currently in this draft for landscape cleaning out of the general fund. It is budgeted, however, out of the restricted account being paid for by the park mobile.
Well, yeah, that's why it's not a line item there, because you're solely hoping to fall back on the park mobile money to not only pay for the landscape company, but to do a bare minimum of anything else. And so that's why I'm challenging that zero there, because you've already mentioned that the Wi-Fi hotspot could cost thousands of dollars. And that will probably come out of the park budget, because isn't it for the park? So that's another few $1,000s other than the monthly maintenance that we're talking about to pay for those Wi-Fi hotspots.
We haven't agreed to that.
We have to do it because we're having problems.
No, we don't
with-
have to do it.
Well, we're going to monetize it if we do it.
I mean, we don't have to do that. We don't have to put a hotspot down there.
If we do put a hotspot, we're going to monetize it.
If we do, that's the word. We haven't done it.
I think it's still continuing to be a problem with people getting onto the Park mobile app, and I'm not being humorous about this. It is a big problem.
So I'm understanding the suggestion is to add funding in the general fund for parks landscape.
Yes, well, just for the parks. I mean, we've hardly even been through a full year yet. We're spending $2,000 a month on maintenance. And yet I presented a list tonight of all the things that still need to be done: mulch, garbage cans, concrete, split rail fence posts, faucets, signs. I mean, it isn't like we can spend $2,000 a month on a landscape company just because they're mowing and doing the garbage. I mean, people are starting to say that the parks are too primitive, and where is this money going? And we're solely financing the parks from a questionable amount of money that we're gonna be making off Park Mobile. These are only estimates.
So
Questionable.
we've made $32,000 in the last 12 months.
That's not questionable. That's a substantial amount of money. Tommy, what's the compliance on the parking, you think, in your expert opinion, with the park mobile?
I would say upwards of 90%.
90% compliance.
It's just really one company that has a problem with the service down there. And I don't want to say it since we're in public, but one company has an issue. And it's really a subsidiary of that company, if you look at what it is. And then what happens is that, we talked about this before, is when the tow truck company comes down there, everybody tries to go log on at the same time. So we go down there and try to give them advance notice, hey, pay. I'll tell them till they're blue in the face, and they still don't. You know, I saw one person that I literally told an hour prior, make sure you pay. Oh, we paid. And then they come running up there when their car gets hooked up,
Well, they learned a lesson.
you know? I hate to say that, but
That's
you
the
know,
truth.
my thought is, if you can't pay, and I tell people, you know, if you're gonna come here and you know you don't have service, pay before you come. Take a picture of the sign. You can pay before you get
Or
here.
come up to, and pay, get on Wi-Fi up there, the library.
I drive people up
Yeah.
there, just drive up to the road. I do a
Go
lot
to the
of stuff.
library and pay on the Wi-Fi.
It's really just one company. And if we can communicate with that one company, they're not gonna put another tower. But they may come into Martindale and find some land and say, hey, you know what? I'll put a tower here and pay somebody to put a tower on their property and rent out the space.
You could give them my phone. You have it.
But I mean, they do that all the time. So they'll go around with their trucks and find dead spots and say, hey, can we do this? That's probably that one company we need to reach out to and say, hey, can y'all come and look?
And put it in Laura's yard and
Yes,
she'll
and they
take the
pay,
rent.
they pay a fee to put a tower on your property.
Okay.
Or, you know, I mean, it's just to the mayor the other day, put a sign, I know we got enough signs, to put a sign, no coverage, service at downtown
But a
Market.
lot of people use that as a reason. I've been there before when people said, I don't have service,
Yeah.
and the tow truck comes, they're up there paying
Well, they
away.
need to pay. They look, I mean, yeah.
You know, cause all of a sudden they got service.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does any other council members have a
Yeah,
thought
sorry.
to share on park landscape funding?
I just have I don't have a thought. have a question. So if you were talking about, making its own department and having it be its own little section, then, would that change anything about what the conversation is? No, it would just, okay.
It would
That
just
was my
be a
only
separate
question.
line item, basically.
Well, a separate section, right? Because it would be like
Yeah.
municipal court, general government, public safety, parks.
Yep, you would see another item there, and the cost that you would see within the general fund would be the utilities, essentially.
Oh, so you're suggesting pay the utilities for the park out of the general fund and not out of the park mobile fund?
Well, that's how it's currently budgeted now. The utility funds and things are paid for out of the general fund. What you don't see is that because I used the park as part of the general government account.
I thought all the utilities have always been paid out of the park fund. All the utilities have been paid out of the park fund in the past.
Right. So that's where Dwayne and I had the conversation. He goes, if we really do have the ability, the way that we're billed, to separate those costs out by meter, so we can attribute those costs by the parks. In fact, we even have it to where we could attribute utility fees to the police department versus the city administration, the city front office, because they're all separate meters. And so it's a matter of detail that where we wanted to go. In my mind, the park we don't have any salaries or expenses. There's no department there, the way that there are salaries and expenses for everything else. So it's all contracted services. Is there contracted maintenance cost, contracted service, or a utility cost? That's the cost of the government generally. So that's why you're seeing just park landscape is zero. Park landscaping is paid for by the park mobile. Other park fee, like operations, are covered by the utilities. These things that are in here mixed with the rest of the utilities of the city.
You're proposing that, but that's not how it has been in the past.
I am describing it as it's presented in this draft of the budget.
You're describing what?
How it's being presented in this draft of this budget.
I just wanted to say something about the mulch, Sam. That is in their contract. So if you see something, tell us and we'll talk to them. Jared had quite a talk with them several months ago that in the winter months, when they're not gonna be mowing, they'll kind of push some of that landscape back and stuff and clear out more of that area to create more park space.
I was talking about the fall protection mulch in the swing set and the playground, not
Oh.
mulch around trees.
Okay,
That's a whole separate thing, and that's something that the Friends of the Park has taken on to install that the last few years, and the city has only had to pay for the material.
okay.
And so volunteers have spread that mulch, and we need more. So that's something I'm gonna present at the next meeting. And I would like that on the agenda for the next meeting.
You need to look on page 13 and 14. Special parks revenue, special revenue.
Yeah, if you're on your iPad, it's going to be page 16.
16, okay. I'm ready to move on then, I guess.
$56,000.
So, going to equipment expenses. I need to get back up to the same spot. Equipment expenses, office equipment, other equipment that's might be needed. So that's what a lot of that is things that the police department needs. So they need to buy some investigation equipment, supplies. But the difference between equipment and supplies as we go through it is whether it's consumable or not. Contract services, this is where we get to the bigger items. So 5510 auditing services, we're estimating that at $16,000. A slight decrease from this prior year because we're able to generate the financial reports ourselves under this new account structure, but we're not going to see a big savings because we're also swapping our accounting system. And so it's going to make that sampling a little more labor intensive for the audit. Any questions on that? The next items go into the IT services, website services, and web-based services. So managed IT services, that's basically our help desk and who runs our network. The city website services is our city homepage. And software web-based services, this is where we have not spent money yet in fiscal year 24, but that going into 24, I desire to, is to buy software solutions to automate some of the, or go from a paper-based building permit process to an online-based permitting process. So that money continues that. So about $10,000 a year, what that costs. And then the other web-based services, software services would be our accounting software, annual accounting software costs. Continuing on, building permits and inspections. I'm working with Dwayne to figure out where that money is being put right now in terms of expenditures, but we should be having expenses for Bureau Veritas doing the inspections. So that's what that is intended to cover. And I'm expecting it to be a large portion of the total revenues that we collect for building permits. After that, you see the library listed at $24,000. This is a continuation of the funding levels from the fiscal year 24 contract. I have not been in contact with the library yet on negotiating the terms of the next contract, but I figured it safe to assume that's going to be roughly similar to last year's contract. The state has not published any new guidance in the administrative code in terms of minimal expenditure requirements that might affect the negotiations. My personal opinion on it is, even if the state comes out with new guidance, it shouldn't affect the contracted rate. But I know that the library has a different perspective on that. We can dive deeper into the nuance, but that might be better suited for when the contract comes. For the time being, I think if the city council wants to consider this item at all, it's really on the basis of what to budget, not what to contract, if that makes sense.
Didn't we get some information tonight about $21,000 for fiscal year, whatever it was, that said that's the minimum amount that the library would have to get in order to be accredited? And that seems to be a few $1,000s less than the 24,000.
Well,
you taking that into consideration at all or not?
I think it does. It doesn't really apply. It's not applicable. And I think the interpretation that was presented tonight is somewhat misleading. The requirement is that a library to maintain accredited has to hit a minimum expenditure of $21,000, but that number has not been updated, and that only applied to fiscal year 24. The state has not published a new number
For
fiscal year
25 fiscal year.
So let's just assume it stays at 21. Assuming it stays at 21, that's the total local expenditure that's required. The requirement on government assistance is only half of the minimum, which would be half $21,000. So that would really be, 10,000 and change. However, the $21,000 really doesn't tell you the full picture. It's $21,000 or the lesser of the average of the last 3 years of local expenditures. given the budget levels that we've been funding them at, their expenditure levels, their average over the last 3 years, I would expect to exceed that $21,000. So they're beyond the minimum threshold in terms of local expenditure requirement, which is fine. But even with that exceeding of that minimum threshold requirement, we're only required to maintain accreditation to fund half of whatever that minimum is. 24,000 significantly exceeds what that would be. However, what that $24,000 was used for, as I understand it, in the last contract negotiation, was to pay this, to offset a bulk, if not all, of the salary expenses for the library director. So that's a paid position, non-volunteer position. And we essentially fund the position. And so I'm not sure when we get into contracting, whether that, because we're paying someone's salary, there's salary adjustments that are being sought and that the city's going to be asked to compensate for. Which kind of leads to a question of if we're paying the salaries, it's still independent. You know, I think it works, but it's, at least there's some questions there on that the council could consider further, whether that needs to be remain independent or be a city department. But the cost here is based on the last year's contract. It has nothing to do with the state's minimum requirements because it exceeds the state's minimum requirements. If you're looking to cut costs, then that's going to be a significant point of negotiation with the library. And I can tell you, based on my experience working with them in the past, they're going to push back on that pretty hard. And then when it comes time to renew that contract, expect to have about 20 people standing up here and making public comments about how the city council is neglecting the library. Yeah. Just telling you the facts. So on this item, city council wants to budget for a different amount, higher or lower, completely your prerogative. Like I said, this is a budgetary number, not a contract.
Okay, good. That gives me something to think about.
A lot of time.
I can't give you an answer though.
Do you need more to think about?
Is there any more discussion on the library? Okay. Going down to legal services, this paying our fees. You can, this is maintaining the same budgeted level as last year. This exceeds the minimum that we contract for, but it assumes some level of additional legal support as we go throughout the year.
And it's probably a little bit low.
Depending on the activities we undertake, yeah. This, I don't know, we'd have to get into.
We've given a lot of latitude to the council when I was on the historic commission, no one was allowed to talk to the attorney except for the city administrator and the mayor. And now we've allowed all council members to call the city attorney no matter what. So that has definitely increased the cost.
GML, that's all they said repeatedly is call your city attorney first, call your city attorney first. And that was their direct advice to council members.
And
So
I
But
think
just
that's
ask the
why-
attorney at the city council meeting. That's what I did. I
And
talked to
that's.
You
one
can't
thing
though
that
if
I
it's
am
not on the
bringing up
agenda.
is,
you can
like
ask.
last month, when
can't.
we had the mini bitch.
Okay, wait, I can't hear her.
Conversation, we doubled his salary, so just think about it, you know, we really need our city attorney. He's very valuable, keeps us out of trouble and everything. I'm not saying that we should talk to him less, but just keep that in mind, that 30,000 is probably a little bit low. I would like to see what we actually spent.
Yeah, because this doesn't cover that period of time.
Right.
That $14,000 you see there doesn't cover that period of time. We could look at the budget report if there's an interest, but otherwise we can.
So you're saying at a city council meeting then, as opposed to calling him on the phone, that we can ask him
That's
about
what I did.
anything we want? That's not an agenda item?
he would be willing to talk to you privately.
But then we're paying
If you're-
extra than if we're talking to him privately. I mean, that's just what
Well,
you're
it
signing
depends
to
on-
discourage us
Sam, it
against.
depends on what you want to talk to him about.
Simple
It may
question.
not be that you want it in the public arena. So if you wanted to talk to him about a certain matter, you can always go into the next room. He's happy to do that.
Right, but he's just pointing out you're gonna pay him his fees regardless of if I call him or if I go into a separate room.
Right.
So there's
Just,
no
just
difference.
so, just so you guys are aware, one of the things that I try to do as a matter of practice is if someone's got a conversation of, you know, generally 10 minutes or less, I most of the time don't even bill that. So, I mean, that's because no one's really ever abused the privilege. But I mean, you know, if you look at the invoices I send most months, there's plenty of conversations that I don't track, and I try not to track, just because it, you know, I mean, you guys need to be able to pick up the phone and call me without worrying about blowing the monthly budget every month, and I do my best. And I think most months we stay within the budgeted amount or the contracted for amount. So, I mean, you know, rather than worrying about getting hold of me, you know, bigger picture stuff, but I mean, you know, whoever it is, just pick up the phone and call me. And if it's not really frequent and really long, I'm not gonna charge for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional discussion there? Appraisal service, election services, and dispatch services, these are interagency costs that we pay to do those functions. This last year, we had there is some election cost, but it's not showing up on this, but those are, we don't have much of a go room to change those amounts. The insurance expense, this is our general liability and property insurance.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
I'm giving that $6,000. No, that's February.
Sorry. Okay. Printing and public relations, we put a lot of costs in a bunch of different places. I want to try to simplify this budget item down, but roughly equivalent to what we spent in the last year. It's a function of, sometimes that's a function of how many permit applications, zoning changes, certificates of appropriateness, and those things that we get that have to go in public, in the paper, and mailers that go out special. And also this is most of these costs are covered out of the general fund where there's a utility aspect to it, so.
Customer pays for those essentially.
They pay us a fee and we pay that, and the fee covers the cost.
So it's a net neutral in theory.
In theory, it's net neutral, but it still shows up as an expense item to be budgeted for. It falls within that $20,000 building permit revenue line, where we saw only $10,000 per budgeted on the expenditures for inspections. This is some of where that additional cost comes.
Thank you.
Going to supplies, vehicle operations is office supplies. That's going to be, office one. Vehicle operations, oil changes, gas. This is not vehicle maintenance. Vehicle maintenance is another line item. Then you have the utilities, and this is where, some of the parks and other things get accounted for. Then at the very end of the page, down at the bottom, you see the transfers. These are transfers from the utility fund that help cover payroll and overhead expenses that are incurred in the general fund. And the difference this year is the overhead reimbursement is still based off a 15% calculated rate. That's pretty close to accurate for a reimbursement of costs. Keep the lights on sort of stuff with the office. And then the payroll reimbursement, instead of being a dollar for dollar based on salary, it's a 5% of total revenue. given the consideration that we are, having singular staff perform both utility functions and other government functions. And so where we used to do dollar for dollar payroll cost reimbursement, we can't do that because that dollar for dollar isn't exactly right. And so this methodology changes to do it based on percentage, but you can see as in terms of a budgetary feature, it's going to be saving the utility fund. You know, budgeted payroll reimbursement last year was, $38,000. Budgeted payroll this year, only $18,000 roughly. So that's going to save the utility fund a lot of money. And I think accurately reflects the level of work that's being done towards utilities by the office staff going forward. So that takes us to 680. I hadn't heard, had some discussion, not a lot of changes. Is there anything on here before we go into the utility fund on changing expense items in the general fund? Not to belabor a point earlier, but if you were going to cut $20,000 to not have a deficit, this is the number you're cutting. It's those items we cover. It's the salaries, contract services, are the other two big that you're going to cut at 20 to avoid deficit. Sorry, Sam, were you about to say something on that?
I'm still not clear though about you're saying about in the utility fund, how certain park expenses are being paid out of the utility fund.
Not the utility fund, utilities. So item 5900, if you scroll up just a little bit, Deanna, you see, there you go, electricity, trash, telecommunication, internet. That's obviously not a utility that is currently present at the parks. Water service. So it's going to, those meters, electric meters, the trash service and the water service is bundled for the rest of the city in those numbers here.
So you're proposing to pay for those utilities for the parks out of the utility fund for the next fiscal year
Out of the general fund.
That's what,
and not take it out of the park mobile money
Yes.
and pay for the utilities for the park for 2025 out of the utility
Out of the
or
general fund.
general fund.
Out of the general fund.
And not pay for those utilities out of the park mobile money, which we have been doing in the past.
I don't know if we
No,
have in the
no.
past.
we have not.
So
I
we-
think it's getting a little confusing because the park, we're going to kind of a new system where we haven't paid for park stuff necessarily out of park mobile funds, and now we're.
No, I'm not talking out of
I
park
know-
mobile funds.
I know
I'm talking
that
out of the
utilities-
general fund before we had park mobile monies. All of the
Right,
expenses for
those
the park.
expenses came out of the park fund.
Yes. So
But-
what are you proposing now that's different than, because in the
We're-
past, all of those expenses for the park had been paid out of the allotment of the $20,000 or $21,000 that was allocated to the parks. All of those utilities were being paid out of the park money. And
Yeah.
now it seems like you're suggesting something else.
Yeah, you're right. And this is what Dwayne brought to my attention and said this would probably be a point of confusion, and he was right.
So
So
can I
what we're
clar-
going to do
Can I
is,
clarify, he was taking it out of the park money, the budget?
my understanding.
utilities?
Yeah,
Yes.
my
Because when I asked him
All
before,
the
he was like, he
utilities.
wasn't sure.
All the
He wasn't splitting
utilities
them
for
up.
the park were being paid out of the allocated yearly amount that was given to the parks by the general fund. All the garbage, all the water, all the electric, all the porta potty,
We
all
know
that was being paid for out of the park general, the allotment of the money
We
from the
went
general
from
fund.
having a single line item for parks to what we're going to have is have an entire department account, functional account associated. And it's going to have all these items, utilities, landscaping, all broken out with their own line items. I had intended not to do that because there's no staff costs. And that's where the bulk of this goes. And so I didn't feel like creating a department where there's no staff. But talking with Dwayne, he still sees the value added from an accounting perspective, and I think based on this discussion we're having now, some value in seeing the transparency of what's the park being funded at, because it's such as a effort, as a function of the government, such a large piece of it. So we're gonna break that out. So we want to see of the electricity and gas, that's $2,500, how much of that is the park? And it's going to be $800, $900 for the
So how will that be paid fiscal year 25?
five in the general fund.
Okay. Okay, it's different. So now you're saying there possibly could be more money in the park mobile money fund because you're not paying any of the utilities anymore out of the park mobile fund. You're paying it out of the general fund.
That's almost $800 a month.
And utilities?
When you talk about the water and then the porta potties,
Garbage.
garbage pickup,
Yeah. I think so.
Can you still break it out? I wonder.
I'm using his budget reports, and if
But
if it's that, because I always thought they were grouped in, not break apart, could not break them apart. He said yes, when we're going through it, I can break them apart. I haven't seen them broken apart, so I haven't budgeted for them.
okay, but that's what I say, Sam's saying that last year that the park's budget was being utilities were taken out of the park's budget,
Yes.
okay? Now you're saying that, and Dwayne basically said that he wasn't, everything was bundled together.
No, it wasn't in the past year. It was
There
not.
might have been certain items that he was doing this with.
Because we sat and talked about,
Okay, we're talking about two different accounting systems.
Yeah.
In the old accounting system, there was a single line item that said parks. And he was putting everything under that. When we came to this new accounting system, everything got blown up and blown out. So where the parks went within this new budget structure, I couldn't figure it out, to be completely frank. So I said, all right, well, the utilities are this. Here it is. And then I know what the contract cost is for the
AJ, then.
for the landscaping. So that I can assign
We
to
may
the
have to
special revenue
clarify
fund.
that. His daughter had a rehearsal dinner, wedding rehearsal dinner tonight. So
We can be
we
prepared
may
to
have
discuss
to
it on the
clarify
first.
it. Yeah, and come back and talk about it again.
Well, because when, in the past year, when I've always asked for a spreadsheet close to the end of the year to know how much was remaining in the park balance from the general fund, when I would look at the spreadsheet, it would have porta potty, it would have electric, it would have water, it would have all those
Yeah.
utilities subtracted separately out of those monies. And now he is saying something completely different because of our new accounting system, that the utilities for the parks will not be paid for out of the park mobile money, but that will be paid for out of the general fund of the utilities now.
Look, can we clarify
Well,
that?
That's my understanding.
That's
But
what he's been saying, and that's
Yeah.
what I understand. I don't think we need any more clarity because that's just what he
Well,
just said.
You're going to see a change on August 1st when we break out the parks from this, because of what I've talked about when kind of the conversation we're having here.
What kind of clarity are you speaking about?
Like I said, when on here, all the utilities, I don't have the ability to break them out. I know based off of looking at the general fund, all utilities in the general fund, we're roughly going to spend, we budgeted $19,000 last year. We're going to spend roughly $19,000 this next year. The budget estimate I had on it is $20,000 for fiscal year 25 in total.
But this defeats
Sam,
the whole
Sam,
purpose.
can we just ask for a little bit of grace? We'll get back to,
Okay, but
Dwayne,
I'm just
because
saying,
these two men have spent a tremendous amount of time between these two accounting systems, trying to get everything straightened out. And I know you want to pinpoint them down and just nail it down, but let us talk to Dwayne and see.
Well,
What-
I wanted to do that
I'm
too.
asking for clarity. I'm
Well,
not
that's
asking.
what I'm just asking.
What
you
you're
to-
asking for an accounting of last year's budget, this year's expenditures on a budget system that's different.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, I can't,
we're trying to work it out.
I don't have a red, string of yarn to go here to here to here to here.
But I'm just asking because you're changing the format of how
Yep,
the park
you're
mobile
100%
was
right.
originally
Yeah,
intended to
yeah.
cover all the expenses for the park. That was the proposal and the proposition behind Park Mobile to make the park self-sufficient. Now you're saying you want to pay for the utilities for the park out of the general fund, which is different
It's based on an
monies.
assumption. I'm telling you, I don't know if that assumption is true.
So we just need to talk to
Okay.
Dwayne. He wasn't able to be here.
Assumption needs to be validated.
Cause I think he has a way to track all of the park expenses. Cause I know I've talked to him about that. And so we just need to really clarify it. We worked out, I mean, not me, but
Well, I mean,
Dwayne and Jared have worked out a lot of bugs.
okay, but I'm just saying, and I'll stop at this point, that it does have an impact on the park mobile budget if we're
Yeah.
saying that $800 to $1,000 a month.
So let's just pause and go to special revenue fund. Here's the park restricted expected budget revenues. We collected $32,000 in a 12-month period this last year. That 12-month period doesn't align with the fiscal year, so that's why there's a difference. But I think it's a very conservative estimate to say next year we're going to have to generate revenues roughly $30,000 in the restricted parks account. That's the revenue side.
That will carry over because it's restricted account.
The page 16, you'll see that it's the contracted rate for the parks landscaping and cleaning. That's it. So as this budget is being presented, this version of the budget as it's being presented tonight, everything other than parks landscaping and cleaning that is a cost associated with the park is outside of this restricted fund account. Is it the general fund? Where, how much, I don't know. I'm telling you, I was up to 3 a.m. most nights the last couple of weeks trying to put this together without the benefit of being able to see specific transactions details in our accounting system, using financial reports and spreadsheets. So my assumption is it's still in the general.
But
We'll
the
validate it.
expense is on the budget. It's just not maybe where we want it to be right now, but for the purposes of doing the budget,
It's in there.
it's in there.
We think.
Okay, but that makes a big difference because either you're taking it out of the general utility fund or you're taking it out of the park mobile fund, and we don't have clarity on that yet. So let's just talk about it later.
Either way, you have a budget surplus of $4,000. So if it does come out of the park mobile, we got that covered. All right, that takes us through the general fund. I think it's page 8 is where we want to be next. Yeah. This is the utilities fund. These are all the, so if I go here, referred to in the audit as enterprise activities, business-like activities. This is where we collect fees for service, for wastewater and solid waste. Wastewater is, the budget, you'll see a budget reduction from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25. In the budget for fiscal year 24, we made a proposal to charge the Martindale Apartments a commercial rate instead of a residential rate. When we did that, we were notified and shown under our nose a contract that the city had apparently signed with the apartments, setting the rate of the apartments for a length of time. So the effect of that is a reduction in the proposed funds received out of the wastewater fees for service. The solid waste charges for service are based on a calculation of based on contract costs. That 240,000 includes what has been previously coded as a franchise fee at 40/50. If you want to dive into that, happy to. Basic point is we charge several fees on top of the contracted rate. One of them we call a franchise fee. Franchise fee is actually a real thing, a term of art, and it's used in the context of utilities when the utility has been granted a monopoly to operate within your city and they provide the billing, they charge a franchise fee to the customer, remit it back to the city. That's not how we do it here. We bill those customers directly as part of the city billing, yet we've carried over this franchise fee rate over the contracted amount as just kind of an additional surplus. That's not necessary, and frankly, I think it'd be easier just to go in and amend our ordinance to remove the language regarding a franchise fee because it's not franchise fee, it's a overhead fee.
Well, there's a franchise fee with the water company.
Well, yeah, because there's a utility where they are renting space within a right of way, but we don't charge people a toll to drive on public roads. So they're a solid waste service isn't renting a right of way when they're operating. Some cities charge franchise fee for the exclusive monopoly to operate within the city, and that's where that's only in the context of TDS doing the billing, not the city market doing. So that's a little wrinkle that baked in. The total amount is 354,000. The only way that these numbers really change is if we change rates that we're charging customers. We've changed rates a couple of times over the last 3 years. With some of the changes we've done on the general fund and the staffing, we're able to avoid rate changes this year unless city council wants to do different. Assuming not, we can go to the expenses on the next page.
We'll clarify, we're gonna have a surplus. The budgets, you have a budget surplus on the utility fund right now of $8,000.
I do.
Okay, so just no reason to raise it because we raised it last year because we project a budget surplus.
Yeah.
If we were at a deficit,
yeah, and
that's what happened last year.
And where surplus is coming from is really a reflection of the salary expenses being reduced by $20,000 as a cost to the utility fund. And so we'll go through maintenance and repairs. This is our grounds maintenance and wastewater facility repair items budgeted at similar levels to last year. Any questions there on wastewater facility maintenance and repair?
Was that the 107?
That's the line 5260. Sorry. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, page 9. And so you can see, we'll pause there. We'll go. No payroll cost, no direct payroll cost for salaries. And then we can scroll down. And then here's where you see the budget amounts for wastewater facility repair. And then that's no change from last year. If we want to scroll down further, then here we get to the contract services and engineering. We anticipate engineering costs for our permit renewal. We thought there's a chance it's going to be started in fiscal year 24. I think we're going to start it or contract right fiscal year 24. Start fiscal year 25. So we're budgeting that amount again. And then scrolling on to page 10. Here's our wastewater operations and solid waste operations. These are the service charges that we pay for our operators, TDS and our wastewater operators. And that takes us really to the bulk of all the costs. And here you can see utility expenses that get applied to the lift stations and the treatment plant. And there's no debt or capital outlays. And so you'll get to the bottom and you see that reimbursement amount repeated. Here it's a positive expenditure, to the general fund. And that gets us to the net expense of $346,000. One of the things that you'll notice in this is we have, Councilmember McGovern was mentioning, a net surplus. I want to talk with, when you talk with the mayor and Pete, we'll probably end up budgeting that in either the wastewater, going from $35,000 to $40,000. And then maybe we haven't contracted for landscaping services out there, mowing for our treatment ponds in several years. Right now, that rate assumes at least one less mowing activity than planned in the prior year. If those rates go up, I'm assuming those rates will go up. And so we might budget in, about $2,000 more on that line item for mowing activities. That takes us through the utility fund. Unless there's any questions, moving quickly. The court restricted, this is revenue side. As you can see, revenues to date get allocated across several areas for minimal amounts. And I really question why that is happening. Because there's really only one mandatory fee that is taken by a court. It's all grouped into local court funds, LCFs. There's only 3 LCFs. So local tech fund, we'll call it truancy prevention and building security. So these are estimates roughly proportional to the traffic fees, citations as they're being paid. You'll notice here, there's an error in our accounting, line 4713, where we have court revenue of a general type being associated with this restricted account. That's an error and incorrect, and I'm working with the way to get it. So you want to see that $15,000 revenue to date get moved back into the general fund. And so that end of year projection will also get moved over back to the general fund. So you want to see the budget position of the court improve based on the court revenues.
But wouldn't that $15,000 have to be reflected and shown in line item 4713?
No, that line item should never be there. It was a fines and fees revenues of general purpose shouldn't be in a restricted account. These restricted accounts only exist where there's some external restriction placed on them by statute or local ordinance. There's no statute or local ordinance restricting those funds. There is on the local tech fund and the building security.
Have you been receiving monthly reports in order to come up with this estimation then, the last 6 months, say? Have you received revenues received from the courts?
Yeah,
In order to
Dwayne,
approximate?
yeah, Dwayne gets a report every month on here's the budget, here's the allocation, here's how much needs to be remitted to the state. He makes sure that those transactions happen. And the mayor and I sign off on inter-transfers that need to take place to do it. So in terms of the financials, yes, the only thing I wonder is whether we have some clerk training that's needed or more understanding on mine and Dwayne's part on how we're generating these fees in these other areas that don't seem to be mandatorily required. I wonder if there are elective fees that we're able to charge, and so we charge them. And I really wonder if it's worth the trouble, because why are we collecting $2 for a court judicial fee, $42 in a security fund that's not the building security fund? You know, it seems to be either duplicative or we're doing some weird accounting. So I think there's a training issue that has to happen, either the financials or in the court. I don't know which is which.
So that could be a reflection, the 9,000 could be $15,000 more then, because it seems
No,
quite low.
that $15,000 is a error, as I said. So take the $15,000 out, you're about $8,000 in sum to revenue to date of those other types. End of year projection of those other types is probably going to be around $12,000. I'm budgeting 9, which is less than 12, because I don't think these other fees are either we're collecting them incorrectly, reporting them incorrectly, or don't need to be collecting.
Can you clear up some of these question marks within the next month then? Because it sounds like you have a lot of not unknowledgeable.
We're
but just-
going through, and this budget report is getting completely redone. Dwayne and I spent 3 hours today working on it, and we were able to finish out the entire chart of accounts within the general government department. Now we're getting into the administration and finance department. We about finished that one out today. A little bit more to do. And then we're going to get into the police department and the court. So we'll likely finish that next Monday. We're getting really close to finishing that. But you're not going to see that reflected in financial report. Probably that second week of, because the first week of August is the 1st. So we're not going to have the month closed by that point. So that the next budget report they see midway through August should reflect the updated chart of accounts. And the intent is so the budget report you receive in August reflects the budget structure that you see in this budget as we implement. That way we can clearly know where money is and where it's going.
It's not a good time to be doing a conversion from one at the same time as the budget, so that's complicating things.
Well, what made it difficult is
The merge was,
the merge happened in January, started happening in January, where it wasn't complete in March. By the time all the data was coming out of, I think the first budget report that we had under the new system was April, for the month of March. And then we start working on the budget in May, heading into June, and I'm still not sure even what I'm looking at in the budget report, because the accounting structure is so different.
some of the accounts did not come over on the link.
Well, you
properly.
had one-to-many relationships.
Yeah.
That were being created, like the parks. You had one line item that turned into 7 line items. And then not only did they go from 1 line to 7 line items, but the 7 line items were split between 3 different department areas. What is going on? And then duplicative numbering. Like even the chart of accounts, the police was coded as 16 and 25. For the budget, I said, I'll go with 25. Going through it today, it's actually, I thought it should be coded 16. Something not really germane to you guys, but caused a lot of confusion as we try to figure out the Chinese of hierarchy of accounts.
We were supposed to get the tax rate today from the county and we didn't get it.
No, we're gonna get that next week.
Oh,
Yeah, I talked
they
to,
notified.
to Vicky. That's when they sent the appraisal totals yesterday or Tuesday. I responded back to her and said, hey, Vicky, where's the other stuff? I thought, we were expecting it this. And she goes, no, that's not coming until next week. Was it my mistake? She said, this is only the appraisal total for the 25th. Well, that doesn't do me much of good. Appraisal totals don't tell me what the budget setting percentages need to be. So. If we get into a scenario, Mayor, where we might just be pushing off that budget, adoption date to later in September, if we run into issues that are unresolved by that first part of August. And then, let's see, where's that's court. I don't think there's much discussion there. These restricted funds, not a lot of movement. Here you can see the expenditures broken out by the local technical fund, security fund, and that's it. Yeah, technical funds, security fund. We don't use any of the others. I spent on this software stuff. There's an interest, we can dive deeper, but I think we're going to need Dwayne to, because that's transactional level details. All right, hotel taxes. Chose to keep the budgeted amount because it seemed to be on track with where our projections were. So this is kind of, comes in what comes in. On the, I don't have a lot of control on it, it's more of just educated guessing. But on the expenditure side, this is one where we're budgeting a deficit. Kind of we talked about before, given the amount of cash balance we have in the hotel tax restricted, this roughly approximates the proposal that we received from visitmartindale.com or .org, whatever it was that they're choosing. So this is a budgetary figure. This is one where the city council can weigh in on where do you want to set priorities? Do you want to spend all this in this 1 year? Do you not want to? And on what? So this allocates most all of it to advertising, marketing, not programming and events. And so,
I mean, isn't there currently about $42,000 or $44,000 in there currently? And so
There
Wouldn't-
is, hold on, I'll tell you,
40 something.
49.
So wouldn't
49.
you just take the 34, just right off of the 49 to cover those expenses and not rely on the projections? I mean,
but we're going to get revenue. We're going to get between $12,000 and $24,000 in hotel tax revenue next year.
We got just about $5,000 the other day.
Yeah. So we're on track to exceed our budget then. For fiscal year 24. Could be back close to 20, used to be in some years prior. So it would be 18,000. And then the deficit of about $16,000. And that would come out of the cash
Well,
balance.
I'm sorry, tell me again why we have a deficit of $16,000.
Yeah, go up to page 13. It's a budget deficit. We're projecting to generate $18,000 in
Mhm.
hotel tax funds.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to page 14. We have budgeted expenditures of 34,000. This is to kick off the marketing.
But they never came back.
They're coming, I think they're coming back.
They
this
want
next.
to come back.
Yeah.
So we
I
never
just- I-
finished that and we never allocated any money to them.
No. And you don't have to.
Are you?
No, I'm just asking why we have a deficit if we didn't ever assign them any money.
This is budget 25. This is next.
It's for
year.
next year. Got ya.
But it's a
mind,
restricted
I'm
fund
there.
that we have $40-something thousand in it now, so how can there be a deficit if we spend 34?
Deficit in the budget, not. It's a
Not in real
budgetary.
life.
Not in real
The
life.
amount of money we're going to take in during fiscal year 25, $18,000. Amount of money we're going to spend in fiscal year 25, $34,000.
Well, I'm not even
So that-
talking about the money that we're gonna make. I'm talking about the money that you're projecting to spend. The amount of money we have in the hotel tax restricted fund now should cover all that
Oh, yeah.
expense.
The same,
And
the same
have
way
money
where
left
we're
over.
going to create in the budget, a projected deficit in the general fund. We're projecting a deficit in the special.
It's reality versus budget. Like the future, we're,
Okay. I still don't see it because the reality of what we have in there now is in excess of $10,000 of what you anticipate spending for fiscal year 25 currently. And
Yes.
if you say we're gonna make 18,000, we would still have 10,000 left over from before. So how can there be? a
So,
deficit?
so the total balance, if you're looking at the hotel tax, this isn't giving you a balance. This isn't giving you a fund balance. The resulting net fund balance at the end of fiscal year 25, given these deficits, $42,000 with a $16,000 budgetary deficit is going to get you a net resulting balance in that fund of $26,000. So you have $42,000 today, you're gonna have $26,000 September of 2025. Based on this budget.
Hey, did they ever come back to you, Jared, about what your questions?
They requested to present to the city council, and my advice to the mayor was, I haven't looked at it, and I'd hate to spotlight issues again in a council meeting without me taking a look at the package that they proposed. My initial blush was, I don't think it covered everything, but we'll have to look at it.
They really need to put it across, you get your blessing before we have.
Yeah.
Else.
exactly.
Yeah, there's no rush
No, okay.
in my mind.
Okay.
I don't,
Do it right.
yeah.
Do it right. When we talked about that at the seminar, there's just a state code that has to be addressed because we don't have one and we shouldn't bother making one because there's a good state code. So, they have to make themselves compliant with that. So hopefully they have, and if not,
Yeah.
we'll have that discussion again.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be helpful is if we get the opportunity is to deliberately seek proposals with specific proposal requirements. So Visit Martindale is probably the only one to submit a proposal, but they may not be the only one. Own Your Universe might submit a proposal, and River Appreciation Foundation might submit a proposal, and Martindale Cafe might submit a proposal for a block party, and Barbecue R Us wants to do a cookout at the old wherever. Like you can have people submit all these proposals potentially, and then we select one, all done, proceed from there. So I think following a deliberate process is going to be our best opportunity. The intent of allowing somebody to make a unsolicited proposal was just to allow that outlet for somebody to express interest. And then if it had significant merit for the city council to consider it and approve it, if it met all the requirements that are necessary in the statute. All the requirements that we have in our ordinance on this third-party use comes to is copy paste of the statute or is intended to comply with the statute because they have and make sure that they're signing up for the most important thing is they're acting as a fiduciary on behalf of the city the moment they take those funds. And then until you put that in writing and put your name to it, we're not giving you a dime.
Yeah, we don't want to get in trouble.
We're not giving you money for you to go out and do things like a grant. No, we're giving you money to go out and perform this function under the law. So, and all the consequences that flow from.
Last thing was get in trouble with the state. Don't want to do that again.
So that's, any other questions on hotel stuff? The next one, park restricted, we already covered. And, street and road, this is the other half of street and road, this is page 17. This is a function of the sales tax. You'll notice that those numbers are based off of the old system, and so we'll have to update that 25,000. I think it goes down to like 18,000 if I recall. It's on page 4.
Was street and roads 20,000? I thought it was 10,000.
Well, so this.
Why was it 20,000?
Just like the parks, the street and roads get funded out of 2 sources. The restricted account, that's, this money is cut out of your sales tax and must only and can only be used on street road improvements.
Mhm.
In addition to that, we say it's such an important issue to us, we're going to fund it an additional $10,000, whatever it is, to fix more potholes than what that small allocation would allow.
$10,000 more for more potholes. Okay.
Well, we usually do spend that amount though.
Yeah.
The 1/4%. We have to,
We in that we spend as it comes in.
yeah.
But you're right, that number's gonna be,
Yeah, that's going to be
between
about,
18 and 19 is gonna be.
yeah, it's going to be close to 18. And so what comes in on this one is very easy. Go to page 18. It goes out at the same amount. So if that revenue number gets changed as we do the sales tax calculations, that $25,000 is going to also change to reflect that sale. So it go from 25,000 down to 18. I think that's it. Yep, that's it.
So between now and the next meeting, you're gonna look into the, my concern about the parks and the utilities paying for the parks, if they're gonna be paid for out of the general fund or out of the park mobile fund.
Yep.
And,
I'm not a good sleeper anyway.
that would be nice to know that, because then we'll know how much out of the 26,000 that we're currently paying for the maintenance that we have left to cover other even minor improvements and not have it to be such a primitive park. So is there anything else that you were gonna get back with us on? I think there was something about,
I'm gonna add, so there's several changes that are gonna be made in these revisions. You're gonna see parking in the general fund for Skulls Road. We're gonna take a look at making sure we have all the costs accounted for in the parks. You're gonna see some other minor changes in personnel costs. You know, it's a reflection of the way that salaries are calculated for the police department. $2,000 or $3,000. You want to see minor variations, but nothing significant that's going to be shocking. And
we were gonna work on the wireless hotspot, how much that was gonna cost.
That's not in this budget.
The
And
core,
we can budget for it if you want. But right now it's an unbudgeted item, and if we're doing it at all, I'll probably do it in the fiscal 24 budget before that year closes.
pay for the wireless out of the 24 budget, not out of the 25 budget, the remaining money in the general fund, that's the remaining in the park money.
It would be my intent.
And then you had some more questions about the court then, about the monies and the court and all that
Yes,
stuff.
and that's going to sort itself out as we go into, because Dwayne and I are going transaction by transaction for all transactions for the entire chart of accounts.
You lucky man.
It was fun.
Oh, yeah.
I'm done.
You want to lay in street traffic, I'll be there with you.
I wanted, since y'all are here, I wanted to say our other utility clerk, Donna Castleberry, her 94-year-old father is in comfort care. And for, so there's gonna be a time where she may have to leave. She has left in the last week and stuff, taking care of her father, her and her sister. And so if you see the office closed periodically, it's because of staffing things. And Deanna has stepped up in a big way. Last Friday, Dwayne and Deanna came and got all of the bills printed out. We hadn't gotten it done on Thursday because Donna had to go and be with her father, and Matthew and Dorothy came and we all sat and folded utility bills and got them out by
That's
2
what y'all
o'clock
were
in the
doing.
afternoon. Yes, that's what we were doing. We were getting out the utility bills, so. And so, in the next few weeks, if Donna can't be here on Friday, we'll probably just close the office, especially on Friday, the whole day. And then, of course, on August 6th, because of the filming, we'll close the office.
Is there any other, though, increased personnel cost if we're paying the accountant at his rate to do certain things like that, as opposed to paying him for the certain days that he's here working? Now we're having him do other things that someone at a lesser hourly rate would be
Well, that was
doing.
the only thing, though, coming in to help get that printed out.
Well, he wrote up the letter about Terry and whatever, spelled her name wrong or something. So, I mean, there's certain things that it seems like you're having him do more of now.
Oh, that was
Because-
just, no, that's his normal function. That was for the bank account,
Mhm.
the letter that he wrote. And then I spent all the time going around getting everybody's signatures, where he has done that in the past, but.
I
You spelled my
just
name
don't want
wrong?
to see it because of lack of personnel on the front desk side or the utility side, to where we're having to pay an accountant at an accountant rate.
Oh, no, that was his normal function, was to write that
Well,
one.
let's try and keep those costs down, because we're having enough problem with personnel costs as it is.
I mean, I agree, but I
We're
was
saving
very
a lot of costs
grateful
with
he
being-
came in.
We're understaffed. We're going to be far below our projected salaries and wages costs for the fiscal year
To
2024.
get some people hired.
Yeah, and we've gotten responses, so.
Yeah.
Got some responses, any good ones?
Last I looked was Monday. I know that I had received 2 or 3 responses on the last 2 days. I haven't looked at them to evaluate them, but I think the part-time positions are going to be a easier fill than the administrator position if we continue with that announcement.
Okay.
How much more time do you think you're spending? Because normally you were, say, a day and a half here, I think, normally. So how much more time, paid time, do you think you're spending by working on the budget, by not doing something because you have to work on the budget? Then you've got to, I mean, how much more time per week do you think you're spending personally on figuring these things
The
out?
budget season is always heavy and difficult. This is no exception.
Okay.
The amount of time though is more. I think last pay period is somewhere in the range of 30 something hours instead of the range of like 14 something hours, so like double.
Yeah, you need to be compensated,
But
obviously.
it's
Yeah.
you
But
know, it's
Well, this is just an example, though, not only during budget time, about how important your services are and how much more time it is taking you to do these things. And this is a reflection that we're seeing, because it's taking you more time.
Let's, today, when we're going through the budget, Dwayne and I spent 3 hours working on it. That's close to $300 potentially. And, you know, it's more than 3 hours, but it's probably about 3.5 hours. Probably about $300 of us clunking through, looking at all the accounts.
nature of the beast. Yeah.
Yeah, this, my experience, this was normal.
Gotta just have it done.
This is a it's,
Once
and
a
it's
year
more of a
deal.
pain in the butt this year because the merging, I know the reports are much more convoluted and
They're,
difficult.
they're gonna get cleaned up. And then starting to learn how to read them, but they're still just.
Yeah, we're,
a little mess.
The nice thing about the new system is it's got a lot more line items. The bad thing about the new system is it makes you wonder where they're all going.
We're working. And Dwayne and I have talked about, instead of just pulling a profit loss statement raw out of the system, putting it into Excel first and presenting it as more of a finished product report on areas of interest. So like the pretty charts that the chief puts together, maybe we make some of these budget reports pretty charts. So you get more data visualization than just 10 pages of data. It might be, for some people, they love that detail, others not helpful. I think right now, I don't know how helpful it is. If you guys have a preference, feel free to talk to me offline or shoot me an email. But that's something that Dwayne.
you're happy, I'm happy.
I'm not happy.
Not,
Yeah, when you say you're happy.
it's not, it's not my level expertise, so.
We'll get there. All
And the
right.
babies.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, so, so everybody's aware, my wife's expecting for August 16th. We'll be,
Weren't you thinking about budget season?
you know what?
Not even
We're
8
just
months ago.
happy that the presidential debate got canceled because she was leading that Texas State, working on the executive staff for that thing, so. With that and the budget season, we missed time
You
that
didn't
one.
plan that well.
Yeah.
Let's take a Sharpie to the.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Maybe you should name your kid Budget.
Well, it's gonna be
Middle
close.
name.
It's gonna be close. We do have a name, initials VG, so it's right.
Oh, that is perfect. You're a natural at this.
All right, can I get a motion to
What are we motioning now?
adjourn?
I'll
At what
motion to
time?
adjourn. At 10:54 PM.
I'll
Oh
second
my
that.
goodness, no wonder we're all tired.
All in
I'm not
favor?
tired.